We'll see if eventually it actually sends anything. But this will be much better than mine.
Can he speak on this link from Paris?
No, that I'm sending you those links right now. That link I'm giving you is the one too much.
Yeah.
The one I'm about to give you right now.
Okay.
Is going to be for Zoom.
Okay.
When it's time, I'll go connect everything. Get that scheme works, right?
How are we doing with these guys?
Yeah, but it's called Ox was on the floor. Yeah, so if they might find Ox, they say make one
Kudu confirm aje ukuthi yazi ukuthi uMaktasa azopisa.
Okay, cool. That, yeah, it's just tasting because there's something else. Okay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On Africa Day, the African Renaissance and Self-Reliance Roundtable. Self-reliance. When you don't have a toilet, you do like we used to do in olden days. You go to the bush and you dig the toilet yourself, and you're proud of it. because only when you do it yourself can you be very proud. We'll be starting very soon. The Premier is here. He has come. We also will be receiving Deputy Minister of Agriculture, and this is King Bryce NTULI, Dr. Spoon and Minister Kiz of the State of the African Diaspora, and receiving each other as friends, Romans and countrymen. I came to pay receiver, not to praise him, but of course he then did things. My name is Musakulu, Professor Musakulu, because there will not be much time. The Premier, is it okay now? The Premier has come. Very oh, assistant. Oh. I need to declare that by powers vested in me as co-MC, I hereby declare this roundtable open. No, I can't do it. It can be done only by the Premier. Then, I only has to National Way of Open. I can't declare it open. Only the Premier can do that. Can you rise and sing the national anthem? Osisibelele Afrika, Malubaga Yesu Ponyolayo, Israeli Tanaso, Yetu Kosi, Sirena, Tina, Lusapolayo, Morena.
South Africa.
South Africa, no follows under normal circumstances, we should sing also the anthem of the AU, but we forgot the lyrics. And there are not many medical doctors here, so we decided to save the day. Honorable Premier, let us invite the Apostle Pastor Mkwaza, the Provincial Chaplain, to open with a prayer.
Thank you so much, Professor Kabashi, the first citizen of KwaZulu-Natal, the Honourable Premier Pema Satikoza, the MEC, Honourable MECs who are here, and let me just observe the protocol as we pray. Seated as we are, can we close our eyes in prayer? Heavenly Father, this night we decide to obey your word. That you have said in your word, commit all your plans to me so that they may prosper. Father, we commit the plans of African Renaissance Roundtable dinner to your hands so that this night will be a success and fruitful. And Father, we thank you that you will give us wisdom in all deliberations that will be done in these roundtables so that KwaZulu-Natal can thrive, KwaZulu-Natal can succeed. In the name of Jesus we have asked. Amen.
There was some hijacking there, but very successful hijacking. Thank you. Only us can do this, and we do it very well. Nobody can do it better than us. We go all over hijacking people and cars. Yeah, and I saw him. We arrested that guy. He's here. Only us can arrest him like that. That's very good. Well done. There's a president who speaks like that somewhere in the world. He takes this job very lightly, and he likes what he does. And really, when you want to look at a human being, sometimes how human beings can be, you look at that president when he speaks. He respects and fears no one, nothing, and just says this, and he changes the next minute, and he uses social media. I don't know whether you would like to also run the province through social media. I don't know. Today is a very important day, ladies and gentlemen, which is Africa Day. My co-director is sitting here. Africa Day is the annual is the annual commemoration of the formation of the Organization of African Unity, OAU, on 25 May 1963. I have to read these remarks so that we limit our discussions. Sometimes when you enter and you don't limit your discussions, you end up talking about anything under the sun, only to come back next year and talk about something else. So we limit so that it can be focused in our interaction. It's a round table. A round table simply means that everybody gets a chance to talk, to make a contribution, even if you're not on the program at the right time. You are free to make a contribution. 25 May 1963, which was renamed AU in 2002 here in Durban, and that's very important. Commonly observed as a holiday in some countries, it serves as symbolism that carries one message of an African continent free from colonial tyranny. Africa Day should be much more than a mere day of celebration. It should engender reflection and provoke challenging questions about the state of Africa today, its future trajectory, whether any meaningful development is attainable in the continent, and how such a goal might materialize. 4 themes repeatedly arise when exploring Africa Day's relevance to present and future African development aspirations. First and most obviously are considerations of the AU history and legacy. Why did it there have to be AU or the OAU? What kind of Africa did we have before colonialism? How was colonialism conquered? And how can we build forward? Partly also, like they did in Europe in the 1500s and 1600s, going back to the Greek philosophies during their own Renaissance and rebuilding, using the old cultural heritage and knowledge systems, but not staying there, using that as a tool to rebuild. It was also the same time that when it comes to church, and I know now that Dr. Spoonable is going to like this because he's Lutheran. Martin Luther came up at the same time, because suddenly people could think, using the independence of the Greek philosophers and thinkers, wow, no, the Pope is wrong on this, the Pope is wrong on this. Then came a Reformation running parallel to the Renaissance, which was more cultural. What came out there? Industrial Revolution. That's the Industrial Revolution that has taken the world to where it is now. Unfortunately, the guy that has come now, called artificial intelligence, is making everything quick. And is making everything, you can't confirm anything. And they keep on ensuring that artificial intelligence sometimes thinks exactly like human beings. What does that mean for future jobs in a continent that is generally having so many problems of unemployment and lack of skills and so on? Second, engagement of African diaspora. Minister Pelem Kizet from the African diaspora is here today. Third, the African Renaissance and its call for self-reliance. Self-reliance. Remember, I don't know, this is not a speech, these are just remarks that are meant to narrow us, to know, to stay to the issues. But you'll remember yourself how, for example, Mtwana Wapindane was preaching this gospel of self-reliance. There was Umama Kankosi Shanda, wayehlala ephethe ubhontshisi, ethi abantu kufuneka bathole ubhontshisi, forgetting its sophisticated name. Can you not also, as we move forward, go back to that? Amasimalele laphana konongoma, Mncane, salute. Alela amasim everywhere. Abantu abalinde uhulumeni azobalimela. Alimi uhulumeni, bathi silinde uhulumeni asitshalele. Atshale uhulumeni bathi ya, uvuna nini uhulumeni endaweni? Avule uhulumeni, bathi hayi, lokudla kuhle. Sifuna uhulumeni asitshalele ukudla kwangempela. Bahlezi abantu phansi kwezihlahla. I'm just saying, let us narrow down our thinking to mobilize people in terms of And then fourthly, of course, in these days, the need for Africa to cooperate across borders, cooperation. The founders of the OAU in 1963 understood that reconciliation, you have to love each other if, as a continent, you are going to develop. You have to love thy neighbor as you love yourself. Today's roundtable should explore how diaspora's engagement in the development of Africa, including knowledge transfer, trade, investment, tourism, culture, and sports. I see the missing of sports here. And I'm saying this, and I can only say it, maybe only me can say it. And I can say it so well that sometimes it's champions of Africa. Now, when sometimes won, the Honourable Dr. S. Chamberlain called me, and it was very much at night, and he said, there are rumors that are spreading around that you are a supporter of Sundowns. And I said, yeah, since 1996. He said, why? I was disappointed by Amazon. He said, don't get Sundowns. And then he said, yeah. Hey, Nati, we also won on Saturday. I wanted to won the league. How many goals did you score? We won the league. It's Pirates here, it's Sundowns here, we are winners. That is the spirit that we should have as African people, be able to talk about all these things, also in a manner that promotes our own unity. I'm saying this because we will need a lot of diaspora engagement. The Prime Minister of the diaspora will come in here for just 2 minutes, African diaspora. They have resources, which they would love to share with South Africa. You know, in Africa, you guys can look down upon yourself, but Africans generally say that if it has not started in South Africa, it has not yet started. And then they say, no, they take our jobs. Okay, I hear you. What job? No, man, we have an Kulumena. Imagine was a good idea. Manche. And so was a good idea. Okay, then they stop Kudamata. I know that you never feel. So it's a very nice thing to talk about if you're not angry, but we can know that only unity and knowledge of each other will take Africa forward. I need to say this one thing, if you go to Malawi, Mozambique, southern Tanzania, Zambia, Rhodesia, Zimbabwe, the people who are there came from here, running away from King Shaka, who was united in Nguni and founding the Zulu nation. They ran away to there. They sing the same songs, they hunt like us, they think like us. In Zimbabwe, they even speak better Zulu than us. Some of them say that Okokobet Basuga St. Lucia, Babajed. Now they have relatives like St. Lucia was Kawina Babadu. But we go to Zambia, so many people have Zulu surname there. They have your blood. Their blood relations. When the king, the new king, the old king was there, Manzako also remember, they always talked about how can the Zulu diaspora come together with the Zulus here, so that we can know that we are not just only the 12-15 million here. There are also about 7-8 million that are not here, who belong here. The discussions today, the Roundtable is meeting here today to launch the new 21st century methodology of localizing decolonization. We are inspired Pixley Saracen and King Dinusu. Pixley Saracen is the founding intellectual of all African intellectuals, not only in South Africa. When you hear them saying Organization of African Unity or African Unity, in 1906, He wrote a thesis those days. A thesis, like what you call a paper now, about the regeneration of Africa. And he was there in England, talking to professors that he's looking forward to an Africa that will regenerate, what we call Renaissance now. It did not limit it to whatever, but it spoke about the continent itself. And I like Premier because despite all the problems that we have been experiencing, I've been listening to your speeches, and you have emphasized the issue of African unity and African development in a coordinated way, a collaborative way, that those that are not, that are here, with their papers, those don't have their papers, there are legal instruments to deal with it. I must mention that because if I don't mention it now, then the Premier will leave. I was speaking. Then he said, he wanted to tell Premier, he should just get rid of these people. But as a Premier, he must follow the rule of law. Something very significant happened, and I really always want to clap hands for Mayor Sirika. He said, okay, here they are. It's called SENLI in research, Prof. 457 sample, Home Affairs, SAPS, Magistrate, etc. Go and process them. 2 were found to not have documents. The whole 455, no problems. Okay, then my people say, no, but you can't do that thing in 2 minutes. The reality of the situation is in research, once you sample, then you apply the same methodology in various 3 or 4 other hotspots. Then you come with a clear answer that the problem is here, nobody knows, but we can conclude that undocumented foreigners are not as many as we think they are. Then another research will happen in future, which may overturn that. But if you don't conduct research, you just talk, the problem is that it becomes difficult. I shouldn't be giving a speech. I should only be doing this just to limit our thinking, because we should be thinking about a lot of things. Increasing self-reliance is going to be important, strengthening the African continental free trade, cultivating regional economic resilience, promoting intra-African tourism and cultural exchange, developing of cultural economies. Cultural economies, film, music, sound, literature, and so on. Look at how America, is ruling the world through cultural economies. Before they attack you, they send their films there into your bioscope and so on. And then they send their fashion. Suddenly, and then they send the language like slang. Even in China, I was surprised. Now, as you can see, then you come with Zulu English. You see, and the youth is taken by America, American language slang, dress code, films, and everything. That is the army that America is using now to rule the world, African cultural economies. Africa Day symbolizes African unity. It must inspire all of us. Siyabonga futhi nazigenda zesizwe Institute think tank to Premier and the provincial government for this relationship that we have done today. The Lord bless you, Premier, and your government. The Lord waiting umanza ngozi sosukhuluma ngezinto sengikhuluma nje ngomfundisi ke manje. uJehova kubusise Premier no government wakho province for embracing this. It's not for yourselves, is for future generations. That's how you will be remembered. That the Renaissance, which Manzakosi, Premier to President Begi, were running vigorously, and we had all the leaders coming here to KZN and so on and so on. During your premiership, it's been revived. The thinking now goes beyond just fixing water here and there. The thinking is saying, because Africa is underdeveloped, the skills are flying away to America. We get all educated and skilled Africans, engineers, and we go to China and find them and so on. They can't stay in Africa. And the nearest thing to the first world that exists here in Africa is South Africa. That's why they come here. Thank you very much. That would be to acknowledge the Premier, MEC for Agriculture, Rural Development, Honourable T.P. Madopa, MEC for Sports, Arts and Culture, and Bikaula. Our former Premier, Dr. Spondebele, the Minister of International Cooperation in the State of the African Diaspora, Minister Peninki. She's the only South African in that cabinet, which has ministers from all over the world. Thank you. The members of the Diplomatic Corps, advisors to the Premier, Dr. P.M. Donda. Oh yeah, I don't know. Acting teacher, Mr. S.J. Gubane. No. All HODs present. Abantwana baseNtuli namakhosi. I saw King Bryce, Tinkulu, the dead. Quiet. Chairperson of Growth Coalition, Mr. Moses Tender. Ngisho yena ukuthi benze njani ngesebenzana mangasho. Konowenza kanjani. Professor Siri, I saw Prof. Siri. Prof. Kabela, Ms. Nanangobesa. The team from Africology, Honourable Premier, there's also the Mayor of Matizela, Winnie Matizela Mandela, from the Eastern Cape. I worship Mafubata. Mayor stood up so they can saw you. And the MM, I suppose. The municipal manager. Thank you. I think I've finished this list. Distinguished guests, media houses present, ladies and gentlemen. There are queens and kings and chiefs and Amifundisi and so on. I'm now handing over to my co-leader, director today, Mr. Mtala. Mr. Mtala has been in African Renaissance since time immemorial. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, one of the teachings of Pan-Africanism is that those who rely on others for concept and their definition will always remain slaves. Those who rely on others for concepts and their definitions will always become slaves. So, what is African Renaissance in our languages? Because they're pushing us and saying, don't make a mistake of relying on the definition of the concept based on Europe and Rome. What is African Renaissance in the African context. Abanye bathi zibuye masiswela. My answer to that question is impendulo isemlethweni. Impendulo isemlethweni. That's African Renaissance. In 1835, when ikumkani Windsor kaKhawula, Khawula, ma ibulawa sebezonquma ikhanda, isho nje amagama amabili. Isho kulozo ibulala. Ngoba kulozo ibulala yayicabanga ukuthi isiphetho sikaYinsa. UYinsa wathi ubulala mina nje wena udliwa zintwethu zamathamba. Meaning UYinsa engafundile ngeprofessor ngedokotela enamatric. Wayelethemba lokuthi kufa kwakhe akusho kuphela usizwe samaXhosa. Kungasho kuphela umzabalazo. Sikusho lokhu ngoba ikhona ingozi yokucabanga ukuthi okuhle okuya phambili kanti mhlawumbe okungcono uqala emuva. Siphila ezweni la khona usolwazi uXulu esho ukuthi sesingenwe ukusebenzisa ulimi lwakhe lasesontweni, sesingenwe yidimoni lokunyanyana. Ukuthi sithi masithi nabantu bokufika kanti sisho laba balapha eceleni asibasha abantu. Asibasho abantu. Uthi uphinde kwaZulu-Natal uMphemba asibi nabantu abahleli lapha bengene nje ngesaka bamukeleka babingelela sajabulela. Sithe ngangeni ngesango iyafola. Engangeni ngesango iyafola. Ngoba akufuneki uma sesiphiswe ukuzondana bese izondo yethu iyababa kwethu. INingizimu Afrika yakhiwa ngabantu abavela kwamanye amazwe. Imayini ezingaka zakhiwa abantu baseZimbabwe, eMalawi, kodwa babengene ngesaka. Bephuma basebenze baphume ngesaka baye emakubo bayobeka imali obuye futhi ngani. Ngakho-ke sikhulunywa ngalokho isaka. Inkosi esibuyise esangweni. Ithabeko ngaqhamuka manje ingena ngesaka. Lokho futhi ngeke sikuphile. Izodedela-ke inkulumo andunankulu wesifundazwe weshumi. Isimangaliso ukuthi uma uqala imihlangano yokubungaza usuku lwe-Afrika ngo-1998 eRoyal Hotel, kwaqalwa kanje. Kodwa uMazala Nkosi wafika ngesikhathi sakhe. Wayenza yankulu. Ngiyakhumbula abanye uMazala Nkosi abasekho, Ocean Hoster, no-Reverend Orange, oJackson, iningi labo lisekho. Kodwa sabona into enhle la khona ama-Afrika ephefumulelana onke. Angithi kwama-Afrika kusho ukuthi sivumelane nakho konke. Ngoba nansi ingozi. Ungathiwa singama-Afrika abantu bafuna ukugila inkuba sivumelane nakho konke. Kule mhlangano babephikisana abantu. Bayilekile izathu zokuphikisana kodwa ekugcineni bavumelana. Kwaba kuhle, Nkosi safunda lukhulu lonke izwe bonke abantu babeza lapha eNingizimu Afrika beza KwaZulu-Natal bezokhuluma udaba lobunye lwethu. Upremier-ke uNtuli ngobuhlakani bakhe bexoxa noSolwazi uXulu bavumelele ukuthi leyithangane ayiqale phansi futhi. Siqale phansi ngesizathu sokuthi kuningi kufuneka sifundisane khona ngoba isizukulwane lesengikhuluma ngaso sesikhulile sekukhona ihlabathi ziyagqibana sekwenza isizulu sekukhona abanye okufanele bafunde ngoba abantu bazowaphinda amaphutha uma bangaze bafundiswe ngawo. Siyabonga-ke Mphemba ukuthi mina ngoSolwazi uXulu nivule elithuba ngizomema-ke Mphemba ukuthi azothula inkulumo yakhe ubeshilo ngiyamxolisela umuntu onamahloni ukuxolisa ngiyamxolisela ukuthi simcele emhlanganweni Kabasha wathi kodwa ngeke angizi lapho kodwa uzobeka nje bese ishiye bandla bese sihlahlela thina ucela simxolele ngoba saxolisa singumxolisela.
Thank you very much to the program directors for the opportunity afforded the provincial government of KwaZulu-Natal on behalf of the people of KwaZulu-Natal to present the welcoming remarks to this very significant roundtable. Professor Olu Kabashe, the special advisor to the Premier, Mr. Ntaga, who are co-chairing our program today, the Honorable MEC for Agriculture and Rural Development, Honorable Speaker Mandla Pamtetwa, MEC for Sports, Arts and Culture, Honorable MP Kaula, our former Premier, Mazankosi, Dr. Ndebele. I heard that there is Minister Kize Kabazel, Nkosi ekhona phakathi kwethu. The Special Advisor Dr. Donda, Acting Director General Mr. Ngubane, the HODs present, the Provincial Champlain, Pastor Makwaza. Abatwana baseNtuli abakhona that I might have not recognized. The chairperson of the Growth Coalition, actually the co-chairperson, Mr. Dembe, Professor Siepe, Professor Kabela, Professor Maya. I heard that we have a worship for the mayor from far who's with us today. Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal. Bring more to visit this place of KwaZulu-Natal. It's a beautiful province. When you find time, you must go to our home sea. The anthropology team, members of the diplomatic corps, if there are any who are present, distinguished guests, and members of the media. Ladies and gentlemen, pardon me if I did not acknowledge you specifically the way I would have loved to do. So, I'm being guided by protocol which was given to me, which is a paper written what I must read when I acknowledge our guests here today. Well, it's a wonderful day today that we are celebrating Africa Month and today Africa Day in KwaZulu-Natal in one day, doing so with so many activities that have taken place in KwaZulu-Natal, which in my view is also a very important and a strategic response to the messages that have been communicated about KwaZulu-Natal pertaining the relationship between our brothers and sisters from other African countries. I must say, Manzambosi, I'm standing before you in Africa as an African. And I'm gathered here in this room with Africans. We are all Africans. Fellow Africans. Earlier today, I had the privilege of addressing the official Africa Day celebration of KwaZulu-Natal at the Playhouse, organized and led by our Honourable MEC Kaula. During those reflections, I spoke about something profoundly symbolic, yet deeply familiar to all of us, the African wind. For if there is one thing Africa teaches us, it is that nature remembers. And when the wind moves across this vast continent, through our mountains, over our rivers, across our villages, cities and plains, it carries with it more than the movement of air. It carries memory, it carries struggle, it carries hope. If we listen carefully, we hear not only the echoes of history, but the footsteps of those who came before us. We hear the voices of ancient kingdoms that shaped civilization. We hear the songs of liberation movements and freedom fighters who refused to surrender their dignity. We hear too the quiet resilience of ordinary African men and women, those whose names may never appear in history books, but whose sacrifices made our freedom possible. That wind reminds us of painful truths. It carries the memory of slavery, the violence of colonial conquest, the humiliation of dispossession, and the brutality of apartheid. It reminds us that generations of Africans were systematically stripped not only of land and economic opportunity, but of identity, culture, and historic evidence. Yet history also teaches us something equally important. Oppression, however organized, can never permanently extinguish human dignity. Africa did not surrender. Africa endured. Africa rose. And so, Africa Day must never be reduced to a ceremonial observance or a symbolic date on the calendar. It is an invitation to reflection, yes, but even more importantly, it is a call to responsibility. It is a reaffirmation of an enduring truth that Africa, the cradle of humankind, possesses within itself the intellectual, cultural, and moral resources necessary to shape its own future. But if we are to speak honestly about an African Renaissance, we must begin with an honest reckoning. The destruction system of labor, colonialism, and apartheid did not merely exploit African labor and resources. They also sought to distort and suppress African consciousness itself. They marginalized indigenous systems of knowledge, undermined cultural expression, and systematically delegitimized African languages, philosophies, and identities. Across the continent and throughout the African diaspora, generations were conditioned to see themselves through the lens of others. As scholars have observed, freedom of expression was curtailed, creativity suppressed, and communities denied the institutional space necessary to nurture their own cultural identities unless those identities aligned with colonial interest. In many ways, Africans were taught to inherit the world without fully understanding themselves. This reality was poignantly captured by Chancellor Williams in his seminal work, The Destruction of Black Civilization, where he reminds us that much of our inheritance remains hidden within our own history, yet too often we remain disconnected from that knowledge. This is why the project of reclaiming African history is not an exercise in nostalgia. It is not about romanticizing the past or retreating into grievance. Rather, it is about restoration. It is about recovering intellectual confidence. It's about contextualizing our experiences within post-colonial and post-apartheid realities while equipping future generations with a fuller understanding of who they are. You see, when I say I'm an African, others in KwaZulu-Natal may be really not sure whether I understand what I mean. If you say to them you are also an African, and these are our brothers and sisters, they will never comprehend that. Because a people who do not know their history are vulnerable to accepting distorted versions of themselves. The causes and consequences of historical distortion are complex. The knowledge gaps remain profound, but there is legitimacy, indeed necessity, in Africa's effort to reconstruct its historical memory. We cannot build a prosperous future upon fragmented consciousness. We cannot speak of innovation while neglecting indigenous wisdom. We cannot pursue development while remaining intellectually dependent. Fellow Africans, in one of his most profound reflections, the great Pan-African thinker Marcus Garvey once observed, I quote, "If you want to understand the present in order to direct the future, you will have to grasp not only what great men did and how men lived, but also what all men hoped for." Close quote. What a profound lesson for us today. Because history, if understood properly, is not merely a record of events. It is, in fact, a repository of aspirations. It tells us not only how societies survived, but what people imagined possible. It reveals the dreams carried by ordinary men and women, dreams deferred perhaps, but never extinguished. And so what we now call the present was once for our forebears an act of imagination. It existed in the past as hope, as longing, as unfinished possibility. Many of the freedoms we take for granted today were dreams dreamt by generations who would never live long enough to witness their fulfillment. They planted trees under whose shade they knew they might never sit. And yet, they persevered. The African Renaissance, therefore, is not a new idea. It is a continuation of an old hope. And I must thank you, Manzakosi, because you really championed this quite vividly. I concur with Professor XULU that yourself and the President Tabombe, you really tried. You really tried. And I understood what you meant when you were talking about some roads, saying that these are falling under African Renaissance. And we also benefited in Kanda. There is a road from Eshowe to Kanda, which was cut because of the program. African Renaissance is the fulfillment of a vision long carried in the hearts of African patriots, intellectuals, liberation leaders, and ordinary people who dared to believe that Africa could reclaim its dignity, restore its agency, and define its own future. It is, in many respects, the living expression of the aspirations of those who came before us. Indeed, the spirit of African Renaissance is deeply embedded in the historical tradition of Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism emerged under difficult and painful circumstances. Born partly in the diaspora, where Africans forcibly taken from their homeland encountered one another across divisions of ethnicity, geography, and language. In that shared experience of displacement and injustice, a new consciousness began to emerge. Ironically, many acquired the language of those who enslaved them and used that very same language to challenge oppression, organize resistance, and articulate the ideas of liberation using their language. But Pan-Africanism was never static. It evolved. At different moments in history, in different contexts, it assumed different forms. In the early 20th century, Pan-Africanists appealed to monarchs and sovereign powers for justice and recognition, and they were ignored. Between 1919 and 1927, they sought the conscience of intellectuals and the goodwill of decent-minded citizens in Europe and America. But by 1945, something transformative had occurred, and the movement shifted its faith to the masses of African people themselves. That moment represented a turning point. because it affirmed an enduring truth that Africa's liberation will not be gifted from elsewhere. It will emerge from the agency, determination, and solidarity of Africans themselves. This was the vision so powerfully articulated by Kwame Nkrumah, who understood that political fragmentation would remain one of Africa's greatest obstacles. Addressing the founding momentum of continental cooperation in 1963, he argued that Africa's development could not be separated from unity. Economic progress, social transformation, and global relevance, he believed, would only be sustainable within a framework of a collective political purpose. And history, I would argue, has vindicated much of that wisdom. For decades later, the late Tanzanian statesman Julius Nyerere reminded us that the founders of independent Africa were deeply troubled by the balkanization of the continent into small and often economically fragile states. Their dream was never isolated. Their dream was cooperation. Likewise, former Secretary General of then Organizational African Unity, Salim Ahmed Salim, warned that without meaningful integration, Africa risks not merely marginalization, but trivialization. Those words continue to resonate with agency, because in a rapidly changing global order, fragmented voices are seldom heard. And perhaps few captured the spirit of possibility more vividly than former President Thabo Mbeki, who in 1997 declared with prophetic conviction, I quote, "Those who have eyes to see, let them see. The African Renaissance is upon us," close quote. But fellow Africans, if the African Renaissance is upon us, then the question becomes, what does it demand of us? It demands first and foremost that we reject the politics of limitation. It demands that we stop seeing Africa merely through the lens of crisis and begin seeing it through the lens of possibility. Yes, ours remain a continent confronting immense challenges: poverty, inequality, unemployment, conflicts, and underdevelopment. But Africa is not defined by its problem alone. We are also a continent of innovation, youthful energy, intellectual capacity, cultural richness, and extraordinary resilience. And perhaps the greatest lesson of Pan-Africanism is this: that the emancipation, development, and prosperity of people of African descent can only be fully realized through unity. Not uniformity, unity. Unity of purpose, unity of ambition, unity in defending African interests. That is very important. Unity in building institutions capable of serving our people. The African Renaissance demands more from us. It calls upon us to invest in education that affirms African identity while embracing global excellence. It demands institutions that preserve heritage, not as museum relics, but as living instruments of progress. It asks us to empower young Africans, not merely to consume ideas, but to generate them. Not merely to inherit the future, but to define it. And perhaps this is the central question before us tonight. What story will future generations tell about our stewardship of this moment? Will they say we inherited freedom and squandered it? Or will they say we became the generation that reimagined Africa intellectually, economically, culturally, and morally? Because the wind of Africa is still blowing. The question is whether we are prepared to listen and whether we possess the courage to answer its call. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is an agreement between myself and Dr. XULU that will distribute this speech, but more importantly, will translate it into isiZulu. Do you agree? Bese ngimqolisele ke bayothi nginankula kabaleki.
You know how this thing works? I'm gonna connect it today with him when I make my presentation. Yeah, because he just... Okay. I don't want it to go straight to... when I connect it straight to the presentation.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I was a tremendous virus is fine. It's not just bad. But thanks, I'm sure Prof. CM and others will talk about this one. Professor XULU, one of the problems in our education and literature will advise us on how can we deal in our literature and education the issue of periodization, because as long as the periodization, say the history of Africa started when Arabs arrived or when British arrived, then there is a problem. Ikhuluma nje ukuthi laba bazositulela basondele. Professor XULU umuntu uyabazi. Abasondele ukuthi bese beqeda bese labasilungisela amaphalishi sidle bakithi. Sidle lento okudasekusukhile thina. Igane ezingane sidla kusakhaya.
Ladies and gentlemen, I always enjoy standing next to my friend, my brother. He's slightly taller than me. But to tell the truth, jokes aside, this speech we've just listened to is world class. ingapha singakuthini usonkulunkulu nje ngithi mhlawumbe ufuna lamenze legit bese basenzele i-WhatsApp group bonke laba besithiwa African Renaissance wase-KZN bese laba sithokoze African Renaissance lapha ngishaya imithetho lapho u-DJ usuka bese inkaso kodwa ngiyakhuluma yona senawusho ukuthi bengikhathekile. Thank you.
Asondele ke. Mabeqeda nje siyemaphalishini ngiyakugcizelela lo. Uzama ukuthi nabo bangalandi kakhulu. Anozi.
Under the Heritage Development Trust, House of Shaka, thina size ngokuzonipa imiki yembalo ekompoziwe orchestrator uYeni Babukhulu ehamba naye umntana Sotobe. Sizoqala ngo Shaka's aria. Unfortunately, we couldn't find the accompanist. I'm sorry.
Ikona la. Cha ikona.
Let there be two kings, one for the whites, one for the blacks. Thou wert over, let there be peace on earth. King George for whites, Shaka for blacks. Thou wert over, peace shall prevail on earth. Shaka, who always escapes from conflicts, always unhurt, always unhurt. Shaka lives forever. He who thunders, thou in repose, the stepper who surpasses all. Mangi Luzwike, Namakosana, Gibumba, Isiswenge Kwa, Gihambe, Iswelonke, Gishasela, Inola Bonke, Fusani umbelebele, amapela umbonambi, isikhebe ufasimba, nezipezi neziendane, zangejwa zimpohlo, nobinga, amabutho akuwazulu. Upungomane, upinomjaga, baholi zimpi, bakisi zuzulu. Ngikolile, mhlangana, ingane mkabayi.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The following piece is titled Bafuni Sikhathi.
Wafika isikhathi safundisiweyo babehona umsabalazo ngoba wafuna ubuchopho ezifundiswa eziqotho eziqatha neziqonda inkululeko. The house of Shara lives forever.
Can you request a second mic? Or else we share this one. It's fine, we'll share this one first. The last piece we're gonna render is Dinuzu. It's also part of, by the way, the pieces we've sung now are in the same book, House of Shaka. House of Shaka, written by, composed by Professor NTULI. So the last one will be Dinuzu, King Dinuzu.
The house of Shara is dead. It is the thing of the past, and XULU must know. The Queen of England rules Zululand, and no one but the Queen who rules the land. Conquerupelile, Umbutogasolo, the house of Shara is dead. The rule of the house of Shara is a thing of the past. HONOURABLE is dead now. His people killed their king, and the Queen wrote Zululand. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much for listening to this music. It's the history of the Zulu nation. It's told through that work called House of Shaka. Starting before the kingdom, to the thriving kingdom, to the death of the kingdom, and to the revival of the kingdom by King Dinuzu. And then, of course, King Dinuzu, you all remember when he came back from prison, in St. Helena. He changed completely from being the old Zulu king. He became the new Zulu king. He spoke English, he played piano, and his message, njalo makuhlangene wathi fundisane ingane zenu Zulu, send them to school. And what had been around 1899, 1901, 1902, then came the Bavada Rebellion. They arrested him in 1908, saying that he was the instigator, and sentenced him to prison in Newcastle. He was released in 1910 with the formation of the Union by Prime Minister Porter. Prime Minister Porter had been among those Freiheit who had helped King Dinuzulu win against Mandlakazi. When Prime Minister Porter became Prime Minister, he said, no, this king cannot be in prison. But he sent him to exile in Mpumalanga. Kwathengisa ngaye inkosi ithi lawa wazobathengisa ngayo. In 1912, when the ANC was formed, they appointed him as President, Honourable President, and he died in 1930. His role was to move the Zulu people in the direction of nationalization, industrialization, education, and without really dropping the old. That's why in this thing today, we say he is the transformator king. So a church from Panafila composed this music and we started performing it in 2007. There's also something about Chief Albert NTULI. There's also something about Prince Mangos Uktelis, by the way, which has been added. Ngathi mase figure lapho bese nithi umntwana esebenze kangaka sekwenza umsebenzi. I'm just joking, and you know that I'm joking. Let's tell ukuthi this table and this table and this table nihlale is not discrimination. We just do the best in the best way, you know. Only us can do it better than anybody. And then from that table we can go and eat there. Quickly start the discussions. Remember, it's a round table. Round table means that everyone will speak. Your house of Shara is dead. It was Mulumo Wai Governor, Wai Khala Shore. Wafia Lapana, Tinizolezama, Muisa, of course, what's it? The house of Shara is dead. It is a thing of the past. They will never pay Zulu Kingdom again. But we have it now. Oh, but check number, I can't. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought they said you can sit there and serve you. They're asking table number 1 to move that side, followed by table number 2, number 3. Say no bona.
So the now
We started this spring. That's when we realized that's
with your presentation first.
Yeah.
Laptop is there already. And after that, I think
Injal good. That's good. I don't bother everything here, but take it right there. I am listening, but you ask them. This is Bonan.
Ngihlangene namanenekazi noma bakutshele ngenze ngesizulu. Hey nina, hey. Yazi man. We are going to enter the next session now. We'll have quick speeches, and then Bob Tender, some community life, what's up in their life? Uzobe sekhuleka ngala bona bebusiness babona kanjani ngoba mhlawumbe sifisa ukuthi nawukhulumayo at the end akukhale no teaching second kube khona into ethi then what happens next, how do we programmatize and so on. Kona yona izoranwa uNdlunkulu uNana Mangobese imali uyangathandi ukuthi ngisho lokho umzukulu wenkosi Albert manje into engangithanda ngenkosi Albert ukuthi yayothesa umfundisi imlime everything nasebholeni ekhona usengena kupolitiki ngeze kuthiwa mazenkosi kule conference ayayithekene province wayeyifikele nje nezobheka akukhethwa tulithi Natal ezobheka nje into ewazi ukuxoxa kahle indawo kuyenzakalani lo mhlangano umntwana aphila nje manje ngobakhona amahlathi amshoyo mazenkosi amkhuluma amahlathi amaningi base beyikhiphe ANC national seyiya thulana izakhe bayichaze umntwana wazosuma mahlathi wathi abahamba nami ngapha abahamba labasingamazi lo fika manje ngapha bazosuma bonke abantu lo bangamazi. But those are the days that we come from in the southeast of the province, and sometimes the African Renaissance we think should help us to reconstruct that history. Because at the end, inakho ungabi into eziningi ezipositive noma kukhulunywe nje lapha khona insizwa lapha eyinkosi angazi ukuthi akekho umfundisi uThomas ihambe yakhuluma lapha khona bayiqoqa isithi hayi ngoba kunalezi zinto ilake besayo ambadasa ambadasa lokho kuthiwa ambadasa ithi ingoma nkosi ingaka yeah manje yaza kusiwazi ngoba hayi kubeke uyiphutha sebebhalala kumshotheleni bathi kathi azikho nikhona KwaZulu-Natal uma ngabe kukhulu khona samagamane la kanje sebenzise emningi kakhulu ma-MSS manzankosi bahole nani nonke nje philo sekhulumile sengilahlekele umntana lapho ambadasa into engayifunda ngesikhathi ngifunda uBen Music wesikhathi abiyakahle saqala amaZimbabweans baqala ngeculo leli-Social seyirodesha kaduma kakhulu kodwa sesali-nationalize-ake thina kodwa lona laseZimbabwe zona i-foundation esithathamele kodwa bayikhwaga laba-ke bayikhwaga ngempela futhi masefika lo Solomon Linda weza nayo Solomon Linda babathe i-8 stimela kwi-Rhodesia hayi ukuthi ngilahlekelwe umntana discover social media. Lapho owesifazane of South Africa went and settled in America. Number 5, 60 times she takes a chair and she sits outside, waiting for the neighbors to come and gossip. Nothing. Never mind your own business. It's none. Ladies and gentlemen, can we start now? It's going to be free speech, freedom of speech, freedom of expression. You can talk in Zulu, or Xhosa, or Sepedi. I wish to pass an apology for Dr. Namalungelo Gena, the Deputy Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation. But she sent Dr. Shabala. Are you here, sir? Yeah. You are there. Right here. And then, so you run with that project and so on. I hand over to Ms. now.
Evening to all of you. I will say protocol observed because I think people have been greeted many times. We really appreciate the presence of everyone who is here because we are reviving something that is very dear to many people's hearts. And just taking from the Premier's speech, it actually suggests to us it's something that is very exciting, not only for KZN, but for everyone who understands what the project, the African Renaissance, has been, not only the continent, but especially in South Africa, where it started in the early 90s with President Mbeki. And it was championed in KZN by our former Premier, Usbundele. I still call him my boss, you'll excuse me, because that is where the African Renaissance took root in KZN. And today's speech, it still gives me shivers because it builds on the history and the intensity of what African Renaissance means to all of us. This speech that Premier gave us goosebumps, and I think we should give it an applause because I think it was absolutely brilliant. Could you do that? Now, we have some speakers, and I'm going to be announcing them right now. And each one of them is going to give us their thoughts around what we should take forward as part of the African Renaissance project moving to the future. We pray and we align on our tummies as Africans when they do the Kilalocha and the other African spaces. This should not be the end. This should take us forward another 1,000 years. And I will be calling on Professor Siepe to be the one to actually get us going right now on the on education as a very powerful space, as Abu King Dinuzulu actually wanted us to be that space and take it forward from 2026, what it means for all of us here. Thank you, Prof. Siepe.
I will also follow on the idea of standing on the protocols that have been observed to save time. Just also to comment on the issue of freedom of expression.
And I'm reminded of Dr. Ndebele of what Idi Amin said about the freedom of expression. He assured everybody in Uganda that freedom of expression is guaranteed. What is not guaranteed is freedom after expression. So I hope that in KwaZulu-Natal, freedom of expression is guaranteed, that I'll come out of this place alive. Well, just a quick recap. What I'm going to do, I'm going to run through the slides with alarming speed, but you don't have to write anything because the slides will be made available. Just follow my thoughts. The first thing about the Africa Day, it must be seen as simply something about the vision that was revolutionary. At the center of it was the idea that Africa will not be free until all countries in Africa are free. And the AU, when it was formed in 1963, was going to be an instrument for colonial rejuvenation. And that is very important. The second thing was that AU and the OAU will serve three important aspects. One is the continental development, dignity, and sovereignty. And the issue of sovereignty will become very clear as I proceed. And it laid the foundation of what became anti-colonial African Pan-Africanism, which was really started elsewhere, not in the continent. But what is important, which is what the Premier said, is that this should not be simply about the ceremonies. It is not about us meeting only once in a while. It is about it becoming part of our being. And when we look back almost 6 decades later, what we find in Africa are the very same things that the AU and OAU and African Day were supposed to deal with. Africa Day was supposed to be an antidote to what we call political fragmentation, economic dependency, and cultural erasure, which continues to this day. So even as we talk about OAU, we still talk about these challenges, the fragmentation. We still talk about our countries being trapped in what we call debt and unable to escape those debts. And if those of you who are in government, they will also know the most obvious thing that one of the items that continues to grow in the budget is that of the payment, that we seem to be borrowing with no possibility of being able to get out of the trap. And the whole idea of AU was to make sure, an AU, that we would not find ourselves in that. So 6 decades later, these are the realities that we are faced with. And then the question that we must ask is, what have we been doing for the last 60 years? And we know that all our countries are faced with high unemployment, especially our country. We have grotesque inequality. We have poor governance.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a very big sacrifice for you to come here. And then you talk as he talks. And then you crown him. Please, let's just listen. Listen carefully. Listen carefully. Thank you. Thanks.
Well, Nkrumah warned many years ago that our independence would not survive without unity. And if we don't pay attention, we will be recolonized. And there are many countries that are now being run by companies, by colonial governments. And France Fanon also warned about the national bourgeoisie, that those of us who have been educated outside to become conduit into serving the foreign governments instead of their own people. And these are the people who will be advanced as the people that we need to emulate. And the whole idea of living Africa Day is to look to to look at these possible potholes that we face that lead us to what ultimately becomes dependency to colonial powers. What is true about what France is doing in Africa is that every time the French president goes to some of the African countries, the day that the president arrives, it becomes a holiday. That's the extent to which they venerate the French government. And at the moment, the Western world, they use debt as a weapon. And of course, they use our own people. And what they do is to use our own people for what we call extraction of our resources. And when you talk about wealth extraction, you're talking about the human extraction, you're talking about natural resource extraction, which fits nicely with what colonialism was all about, which is about the total exploitation of the natural resources and human resource of the continent. And when we talk about today, as Professor XULU was saying, is that it is all about renewal. And therefore, as we move today, we should be asking ourselves, how are we going to make sure that we move beyond the symbolism? How do we make sure that Africa gets into a space of industrialization? How do we get into a stage where there's food sovereignty? You know, one of the most interesting things that happened when I was in Russia is to talk to them about the issues of food. And they were telling me that most of the Soviet Union at that time, 60% of the time, the federation would be covered by ice, but they could feed the billions of people. And yet Africa was importing grain, and it continues to import grain from Ukraine as we speak. So the war between Russia and Ukraine affects Africans. And yet when you look at our weather conditions, weather conditions are so good, they are better than Ukraine and Russia, where during December, the temperatures go from 70 degrees, minus 70 degrees to minus 26 degrees. And yet they are able to feed their own people. So you know the most obvious thing, that those who feed you, they control you. And Africa, 60 years later, it is a continent of starvation. And of course there are issues that have to do with corruption, which is overstated patronage, but there's also what I call leadership deficit. And if you look at the young people, they are restless because they find us to be part of the poverty that ravages Africa. Now I want you to play around with your heads to look at this map, and you'll see how quickly this map transforms if we start looking at certain variables. Now this is how the size of Africa looks like. You can see how big. You see America there. You see Japan. Japan is the extreme color, is a purple. That's how small Japan is. And you have the whole continent. And now and then, Japan will also have annually a meeting of Africans going to Japan to talk about African problems. We also will go to France to talk about African problems when we are invited. But it shows the level of dependency. But if you look at that map, it shows what we call the landmass, that the size of Africa in terms of how much land it occupies compared to other continents. But that map gets distorted if you start asking a different question. For instance, if you start asking a question, or the other thing that I wanted to show is how they use this represent more the scramble for Africa, that these are the countries that are now trying to get a hold of Africa. It's what they call the new scramble for Africa. But of course, we are a continent that is also rich in mineral resources. Every mineral resource you find in Africa. Africa is a rich continent, but it's also a continent of poor people. That is the irony, it's a paradox of Africa, that we are the richest continent, and yet the people of Africa are very poor. Now, going back to that map that I showed you, if you now look at it from the perspective of primary education. Who gets more people in higher education? You can see in primary education, you see Africa shrinking. And look how quickly India balloons. Because there are more people in India, you can see up there, who are going to school, primary. And when you come to Africa, you find that there's a deficit. Africa shrinks for when we talk about primary education. Then we proceed to secondary education, we shrink even worse. And you can see China goes up, you see India goes up, you see the United States also gets up. Meaning that there are more of us who are not accessing education. Then when it comes to tertiary education, Africa almost disappears. You see the USA there, it has become very pronounced because every person in the US can get into a higher education. I mean, the whole idea of having free higher education in South Africa was itself a revolutionary posture, except that the people who are supposed to be beneficiaries of NSFAS are not taking it seriously. I was talking to one of other kids who is a chairperson of another university council. He tells me that the saddest thing that he sees is that every month's end, when these kids have received the NSFAS money, the longest queue are the queues that go to a beer hall. But if you look at now tertiary education, we almost disappear in terms of the numbers of people who are supposed to benefit from higher education. And the other countries, they balloon. India balloons. You have look at what's happening to Japan. It gets bigger. But it is tertiary education. Then, when you look at scientific research, we are almost not there. Look at the dominant is Europe, it's America, it's also Japan. These are the distortions when you start saying, yes, you may have the landmass, but let's look at your participation rates in a number of areas. Then you come to development research. The research we don't do any research, and we are almost not there. And look at the US is the one that is dominant in terms of research, followed by the Europe, then followed by Japan. And when it comes to Nobel Prize winners, we don't even exist. You know, that's when we disappear. But we do exist when it comes to other, new patents. Remember how small Japan was? Now Japan competes with the US in terms of patents, in terms of scientific development. So you can understand that when you talk about a continent that is poor, is a continent that is not participating in the space of research, in the space of idea formation. So when you talk about Africa Day, these are the realities that we must reflect on. And don't worry about the slides, you're going to get those slides. Save your cameras of your phones. Look at books, we don't read. Look at in the US, you can see they don't read much because they watch, they prefer now watching television. But Europe still reads. Africa, if you ask kids, I was asking the students at one university that your guys are called the Nelson Mandela University. How many of you have read the book by Nelson Mandela? They said no. I said, went to another university. There's a Walter Sisulu who said, do you guys know who he is? No. But what we do, we're so quick in appropriating names of these people that we don't know anything about them. So there's a difference between appropriating name and reading. And you find other people know more about our people than we do ourselves. And of course, when it comes to tuberculosis, Africa enters the space. You find diseases that have long been resolved. In Africa, we become dominant. Nobody competes with us. Then you get the HIV prevalence. Then you are top of the game. So when you talk about the Africa Day, you need to think about what that means. Because we are also a diseased continent. More young people die in Africa than anywhere else. And the disability, and when it comes to malaria now, we take the cup. So I thought I should bring this, what I call shock and awe, just to give you a sense of where we are as a continent, so that we are able to answer the question that the Premier was asking. He says, what does Africa Day and Africa Renaissance demands of us? And the answer should be very easy. It demands of us to say, what is it that we need to do to reverse that? And that takes me to the next part of my presentation, what I call the continental paradox, a rich continent of poor people. And in 40 years, 50 years ago, the poorest countries in the world were from the East, the Asians, South Korea, Indonesia, and all that. Ghana was far ahead of all them. But now, Africa is home of 80% of the poorest people. 80%. And yet, which is most important, we are 80% poorer, or hosting the poorest of the world, yet we've had interventions like IMF, the World Bank, and you name them. And that should actually tell you that if these guys have been working with you for so many years, and after 60 years, you have become the threat of the world society. And in South Africa, we become the most unequal. Then you should be asking yourself, and as leaders in government, why do you continue to get money from the World Bank, from IMF? Because it is very clear that it is not about development, because it is not happening. So the paradox of Africa is that it is a rich continent of poor people. And there is a scramble for Africa, but here's a subject that I want to talk about. In 1943, Winston Churchill, while we were busy with anti-colonial struggle, he made an observation that says the empires of the future are the empires of the mind. That is, those who control your mind are going to control you. There will be no need for them to have somebody to come and oppress you once they control your mind. Remember, Biko put it very nicely that the greatest weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. That for as long as they control our minds, and it's the point that Professor Tulu was also saying, how you see the Anglicization and the Americanization of African people. Herbert Benagazi, who was at Zulu at some stage, put it very nicely. He says, when an African gets, or put it, when a European gets educated, they remain European. When an American gets educated, they remain American. But when an African gets educated, they become Americanized or Europeanized. But education is something that tells you that you must move as far away from your people as possible. This is why it's so exciting that when you come to KZN, you find people who are very proud of, who do not apologize for being African. All other, the educated blacks in Gauteng, when I tell them, where are you going? I say, I'm going to the kingdom, because that is the only kingdom that we seem to have here. That is very serious. And the kingdom, this kingdom is also the future of African Renaissance. That if we're going to find ourselves, we're going to find ourselves here. Because here, you can find people who are not apologetic about being Africans. Even when they, to mention, even when somebody becomes a president, when they want to have their house, they don't want to have their house in Houghton. They want to have it in Ghana where there are people. Because you are not afraid of being next to your people. But all other leaders want to be next to white people who don't even know who are their neighbors. Because what we do, our education has forced us to want to be next to white folks. And even when those of us who are educated, what we do, we take our kids away from our schools. The schools have produced us. So I'm pleased that here the old schools are being looked at. The schools that were started by the people like Dule, said the NTULIs and all that. It's about the rejuvenation. It's also about the sort of pride that we are not. There's a message there that's saying we're not children of the support. But many of us, what we do, we take kids and they wake up in the morning, we expose them to the hazards of the taxis, to be far away from the township, to go into the suburbs, where they are ill-treated. I was part of the team that looked at racism in higher education, and I met horrible stories of students and academics in the so-called historically white universities, where they were telling me that we come here being the best in the schools where we come from. It's only when we get to UCT, when we get to VEX, that suddenly we're not bright. The students that we're with in primary, in high school, who are heads, suddenly when they go to these universities, they become brighter, even though we know that they're not bright. But the only thing is that because they're white. And yet we will never stop taking our kids there because of what the churches said, that until, for as long as our minds are controlled, Africa will never be free. And it's not an accident. Now, this is how Africa becomes poor. Our whole economy in the continent is based on the colonial economy. It's based on extraction. Now, I like to give people an example of what that means. Africa produces, for instance, $5 billion of coffee. That coffee is taken as it is outside, where they process it, and then they package it, and then they brand it, and it becomes $100 billion industry from $5 billion. But when you export it, what it means that you are exporting jobs. Those guys, when they take it, they are going to process it and all that, and then you buy it from them. And they do exactly the same with everything that they produce. So we remain a place of extraction. And even with scientific research, it's the same thing. Africa becomes a place where data is collected in the same way that we collect mineral resources. So what you have on one end what I call industrial vacuum, because industries occur outside. The deindustrialization of Africa happens with us. And even in South Africa, when African people took over, there was a great deal of deindustrialization. If you go to people in the Western Cape, they will tell you that no, we don't like this government. And then when you ask him why, he said no, we used to have what we call a textile industry. Now it's wiped out. Because what we did, we're so eager to be part of the world that we competed when we were not ready. But the real world, they don't compete unless they are ready. When the US says we are opening, they say we're opening because we know that we're going to win. And some people told me when I was in the US, and Nana will know that I was saying, this person was saying to me, in America, winning is not everything. I said, yeah, that's very interesting. Sounds like at home, we also say winning is not everything. I said, no, you don't understand. Winning here is the only thing. So when they enter into say, let's compete, they compete because they know they're going to win. And if they don't win, they change the rules so that they can always win. And we want to be like America. And even when we post to say, oh, my article is published in the United States in the New York Journal, what you are not saying is that you are writing for a different audience. The people in New York, when they read your stuff, it must relate to them. But that stuff that you wrote for them, when you come to Africa, it may not relate to them at all. So even our whole scholarship, it's an extroverted scholarship. So the long and short of it is, if we're going to talk about African Renaissance, we need to stop mimicking the West. And the whole Africa's problematic in scientific research has been around mimicking. We look at what these guys do, then it's monkey see, monkey do. And we have always been endowed with the sun. Now because Europe has problems with the issue of climate change. They suddenly say, no, let's deal with the sun. And then suddenly we do research in the sun. But we've always had it. But part of it is because we never had what we call intellectual sovereignty. We've never had the ability to ask what we call African questions. Every year I address scientists, very top scientists. I look at this guy from VETS. The guy is the head of the chemistry department. I look at the guy at the UCT and all that. And I always ask them one simple question. The question is, the research you do, how different is it from the question that was asked by your supervisor? And you always find that it is not different. They are not able to escape themselves from the questions that was asked by them. They simply continue to build on what they were asked. There's no ability. So the education that they have destroys our ability to think for ourselves. And that should not be surprising. So let me just give you 2 slides and I'll close. 1, our biggest problem, Brasbu, is people quoted this Verwoerd guy, but they have not understood Verwoerd. What Verwoerd said, and I want to emphasize something here that will show a psychological entrapment of black people. He says, when I have control of native education, I'll inform it so that natives will be taught from childhood to realize that equality with Europeans is not for them. There's no place for him in a European society and all that. But it is that line that I've underlined that says, so that the natives will be taught from childhood to realize that equality with Europeans is not for them. And what we do, we spend more time trying to prove to white people that we're equal to them. So when they speak good English, we want to speak good English. Well, there are things we don't like. We don't like water. So when we go swimming, we don't go there. It's very clear. But anyway, that's the only place where, but we read their books, we recite their poetry, we take their religion, we take everything, we take our kids there. Because what we're trying to do, we want to prove we're good wrong. But the point is, they set the agenda. So whatever they do, we do. And what they do, they select some of us, the good blacks. White folks, they choose their blacks carefully. And once they've chosen you see, there was a very interesting thing that happened this year, where some South Africans were so upset because the G7 had decided to disinvite Ramaphosa. Instead of Ramaphosa was supposed to go there. And some Bantus here were so happy that they were represented there. He's going to talk about African issues. But those people it's their starter shop, it's their stock fair. They simply want a black person who's going to sell other blacks. So when they feel that this one is no longer useful, they say, well, let's go up where they get a guy called Ruto in Kenya. And you could see how happy he was to be among the G7. But it is us wanting to be accommodated. That's why I don't like the word social inclusion. Inclusion into what? We don't ask the question. But everyone says, oh, they must be included. Who has decided who must be included? And it's always black people, Africans who want to be included. So when we talk about Africa Day, it's about refusing to be included in the plantation, in the mental plantation. It is, and there's something also that the root said, and it is that statement that it says we must take the implementation of separate development so that no future government will ever be able to reverse it. Now, what the root is saying that we're going to deal with this apartheid thing, we're going to deal with the mentality of black people, but so that even when they take over, they should be unable to think outside apartheid geopolitical imagination. And what we do, we must look at how we build houses. White folks make sure that we build houses away from the cities. The new black government does exactly the same thing, puts them far away. Look at the budget that is given to universities. Under apartheid, black universities were underfunded. In the new government, they are also underfunded. VETS gets more money, UCT gets more money, UNISU gets nothing. You compare, you can see it. I'm talking about the facts. And you know, when you ask the Minister of Education who's black, why? So, no, but you know, UCT has medical science, UCT has engineering. Yes, but who said UNISO does not want that? But what you find, under apartheid there was a justification that you should not get the money because you are black. Now, the advantage that they have, they say no, but look, we must continue these advantages. You know, so you can see how we remain trapped mentally. And as my former put it, that what is common between a judge, a doctor, a politician, a policeman, a priest, a journalist, or editor, and ordinary citizen is the type of education they received, or the curriculum that provided foundation of the education. And again, here's the last slide that you must pay attention to, even when you sleep. You must not forget. Says when you control a man's thinking, you do not have to worry about these actions. You do not have to tell him not to stand here or go yonder. He'll find his proper place and will stay in it. You do not need to send him to the back door. He'll go without being told. In fact, if there's no back door, he'll cut one for his special benefit. His education makes it necessary. Unquote. That is the miseducation of the Negro. And you can say the miseducation of African people. Until you deal with that, you're not going to be able to sort out your problems. And the last point is what Mandela said, and which is a call for you, and a call that the Premier had also said. Mandela says the decolonial education started many years at home. He says when he was in his youth, he used to sit and listen to the elders of the tribe telling good old stories. Among them would be stories of the Dingani, Bambata, Hinsa, etc. And he says, as I listen to them, the stories about the Moshweshwe and all that, this is what we call decolonial education. He says, I hope then that life might offer me the opportunity to serve my people and make my own humble contribution to their freedom struggle. The question we must ask, what struggle are we pursuing? Shouldn't we say, when our time is done, I'll say, I had hoped that the life might offer me the opportunity to serve my people. And the whole idea of African Day is to remind ourselves of this. And this is a history that our kids are not even taught today. But they ask them about Bismarck, ask them about the Cromwell, ask them about the other great Europeans. They'll be able to tell you what it is. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. And I'm so sorry I had to chase you off the podium. No, but I need to apologize and mention it in this context. The Roundtable, in a way, was a gift to us from the Office of the Premier, simply because we had not prepared in time, to be honest. The fact that it came as a roundtable, it was meant to have been 2 to 3 days, and I'm trying to cover Prof here. Prof here, the next time I think we'll give you 3 hours to cover as much as possible what we made you cover in 15 minutes. But we really appreciate the fact that you were able to condense your 3-hour speech to, was it 15 minutes, Prof? Something like that. Yeah. We are thankful, Prof. Thank you so much for having come all the way. We will be calling on Professor Gabela as the next on the list, and because he's an educationist, I think that actually fits correctly behind what Prof has just presented to us. Professor Kabela. Thank you so much.
I'm no longer sure of the makeup of this audience, so my expression of flourishes should only say greetings to honourables present, fellow guests, sponsors, organizers, ladies and gentlemen. I think Professor XULU concede that mine has been a victim of ambush management. Until yesterday, I'd been tasked to make a 5-minute skeletal presentation. But late in the afternoon yesterday, the game of ambush management changed. And I was told I was going to be an alternative speaker. Then I had to apply my mind to what was possible in the circumstances. Before I say what the topic I've chosen is all about, I want to take the cue from Dr. J. Dewey, a well-documented and highly decorated literary genius, nationalist, realist, devout Christian, and founder par excellence, because he founded Ilanga Senatal, ANC, and Oshana Institute. His personality disposition was dramatized by his quest for political emancipation, self-reliance, education, and equality for Africans. His philosophies for self-reliance, industrial education, and economic empowerment was not only significant for his era, but it speaks to the challenges and imperatives of our times today. I've already said he has a philosophy. What distinctive philosophy is rooted or drives our education system today? Whose system? Whose philosophy? And whose country? J. Dube referred to industrial education not as a matter of gold mine or manufacturing industry, but he also wanted to instill in the mind of the youngsters that plantation economy as primary industry was of great significance for self-empowerment. My assignment, to be given in brief, is on education, a wide and vast subject. Vast in particular because when you come together as strategic partners, particularly with government and academia, you are likely to have an explosion of stormy encounters because of the nature of the education system, particularly one which serves our country. I started my school journey 70 years ago, 1956, just 1 year after full implementation of boundary education. So I'm a would-be product of boundary education. I'm saying would-be because I don't think Fairwood's philosophy and pedagogy was all that successful In fact, I have on occasions to find myself as a byproduct or an unintended consequence of bad education. In those early days, and a few years thereafter, a standard 10 graduate would be employed as a clerk of any rank or a town clerk for the white suburbs, now today called municipal managers. A graduate, the university graduate, was an absolute rarity for school educators at secondary school, not to mention primary schools. What is observed today, however, is that as grade 12 graduate roams the street helplessly without the prospect of any job, while being rejected by the tertiary education institution. University degree graduate equally roams the street, dejected, disillusioned, and unemployed. That is tragic, to say the least. What is wrong with our system? Who should put it right? How? By what means? My paper, to be finalized in due course, ventures into answering this question and many related others, particularly dealing in the main with the feasibility of a rebirth of a system of education that fits the purpose, and I should say that is consistent with our thinking about African Renaissance. The gist of my presentation is actually human resource development through education. But I'm not going to dwell on that much because that is the end product of the educational enterprise. Right at the end, there is much that goes into the process of preparation for human resource development. As you know, our system of education provides for phases of schooling, which I'm going to refer to briefly. There's got to be planning of education and then management of the system. In its widest and generic sense, education is service to people. It is a supreme good to be available to everyone. A means of social security, as well as an investment in human capital. And viewed in this perspective, education goes beyond the mere provision for knowledge and skills to the workforce or various occupational categories. Actually, the process of education, whether of the name, impacts on all dimensions of the human person. Intellectuality, emotionality, sociality, morality, physicality, as well as spirituality. Without this many-sided impact, the outcomes of teaching and learning translate into a glorified bag of tricks. That's why the so-called educated people may be found to have become criminals of different kinds. And the prisons are teeming with educated people. Madala Commission is dealing with its actions of people who are educated. Why? Because the the dimensions of human personality are not properly attended to through the process of education. With regard to physicality of the human person alone, one's body is a treasured asset, and Christians will call it a sacred trust to be managed, nurtured, protected, and kept clean, healthy, and sound. Think about school subjects that are taught: life orientation, life sciences. With that information, with that knowledge being given and used appropriately, the learner will be able to understand and act on this understanding that ethanol, call it like alcohol, and nicotine are dangerous, harmful, and deadly substances which are not fit for human consumption. With due apologies for people who do nipping from time. But ladies and gentlemen, I started schooling I started teaching 54 years ago. And my equals who used to nip from time to time are no more. There could have been other factors accounting for that. But the fact of the matter is, our bodies need to be protected from all harmful substances. And our learners need to understand that this is an individual responsibility. Now, what does it mean for education? It means that designing the system for education starts with the process of planning. I refer to philosophy that J.L. Dube imported from the West, from Booker T. Washington, when he was a 16-year-old student at Oberlin College in Alabama, United States. In other words, he had the idea that all education endeavors have to be driven by a philosophy. Now, a philosophy is a mission statement, after all. Now, the starting point in planning for education is that there must be a philosophy as well. And planning for education takes certain models that have to be appropriated by those who are responsible. It's not just planning. For example, we may have the social demand approach or social demand model. The least first model: I want education, give me money, and they get it. What becomes of it later? Something else. Rate of return approach that addresses the needs of the individual, the quest for self-fulfillment alongside commitment to serving the nation. Then the rate of return approach to education planning, and it determines how education will be provided. The third model is what is called the manpower requirement approach, which is suitable for socialized economies like Cuba, where an individual will be directed by the state as regards what education to get and to what end. So we need to plan, but also to adopt a particular model that suits our circumstances. Now, at the apex of this process, planning as well as management, will be the political office bearer, as you know, and the executive management, as you know, both of whom share a normative glue of philosophy that drives the system of education. More importantly, executive management as the engine of production takes charge of the planning processes, management processes, including establishment of a structure that is a dedicated, full-time, qualified, and competent planning agency for the system. And it is on this basis of planning that the system will be directed in a particular direction, defining the content, the direction, and the destination of learning for each learner. Just to cut things down, because I can see I'm now speaking against a bullet shot. Now, there's always called content of education once all plans have been put together. Now, with regard to the content of education and the whole process of going through the system from the start to the end, there are 4 pillars or milestones on which the curriculum should be pegged from the first grade to university. And the pillars are career awareness, career exploration, career orientation, and career preparation. This means that from the first grade, the learner should be progressively assisted, directed, and sensitized on the value-added processes of becoming a career person. A learner goes to school to be someone, sometime. It's not a place of safety or a Latin detention center or a daycare center for all time, but it's a place where the learner is prepared to be someone in future. And that is what the plan should decide from the start. It is this progressive conceptualization of the curriculum that will account for the education system that is fit for purpose. How many minutes do we still have? 5. -5. But what is important, also, ladies and gentlemen, is that provision for education is not just about the teacher, the learner, and the subject matter. There's more to it than that. The learners are not statistical items. They have individual needs, anxieties, hopes, and interpersonal connections, which impact negatively or otherwise on their learning, their interest, and progress. It's not only about getting a teacher on the school premises and a learner interacting with him or her. There lies a need for planned intervention of various occupational categories. Guidance teachers, social workers, psychologists, dentists, doctors, nurse practitioners, because that's what human life is all about. And that's what education requires of the learner for promoting and sustaining learning. So, ladies and gentlemen, what happens at the school level is by all accounts a significant foundation for what will happen at university. Actually, the school is a distributive agency in terms of which the graduation learner should know where he or she is supposed to go and their prospects for success because of the measures of intervention I referred to that have shaped the learner's attitude, aptitude, and attitude, the height above the average. In conclusion, may I end on a discordant note, perhaps to spoil your taste, even if it has been whetted. And that is, our system of education is over-governed and over-managed. With due apologies for people who might feel I'm ruffling their feathers. Anyone conducting comparative study of education systems after the same pattern as has been portrayed by Professor Siepe will not be convinced that we need 11 ministers for education and 11 HODs for the system in a unitary state. Perhaps to some extent, in a federal state, that is a possibility. But even then, we should look at other practices and see how we measure to universal characteristics of education systems and related services. No one is to blame for what happened in 1994. To date, all that I want to emphasize is that nothing is cast in stone at the moment. It's high time we took a fresh look at numbers work of many types, including accelerated output of graduates. There is a high degree of production of graduates. I want to take a risk and quote an institution without the name because I looked at a program, the graduation program, some time ago, and this is what I uncovered. In one faculty, the following statistics of graduates were recorded. Correctional studies, 57 graduates. Drama and theatre performance, 43 graduates. Environmental planning and development, 65. Political and international studies, 37. This is a total of 257 recipients of NISPAS. They have been taught and passed without prior environmental scanning as regards the rate of return, what rate of return anticipated through these accomplishments, or cost-benefit analysis. Is it spending that is worthwhile? The job market today is already saturated with graduates who are unemployed. It's a ticking time bomb. Where do we go from here? Somebody's going to say, philosophically speaking, we go home. Ladies and gentlemen, I would refer to the size of the system because in terms of economics, in economics, we are facing what are called diseconomies of scale. That is over deployment of resources without correlative observable deliverables. That is something that we have to think about. I retired from active academia 13 years ago at the age of 78. But I'm still looking forward to a situation where we would sit around the table with ministers and HODs and hammer out solutions to our problems before it is too late. And the solutions that we seek are very urgent, they're pressing. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you.
I've just asked Prof to stay a minute because I need to apologize to him profusely. It's not nice to be a policeman. I don't think I'm doing it very well. But what I need to express here is the gratitude of this team for having people like our professor preparing so well for such a short period of time. And my promise is, next time we do this conference again, we need to give more time, prepare even better than we have actually done. But it only tells us how passionate people are about what needs to be done around the African Renaissance. And for a person who has been teaching for 54 years, I think those HODs and ministers will be missing out by not sitting and listening to this man. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Professor Tuma Kul is my former student. Honourable Musa is my former student.
All it tells you is that we have a mine of gold when it comes to the knowledge that needs to be used in the concepts around the African Renaissance. I won't take much time to actually add to our gratitude. I would like to call Professor Onk Chabalala, I want to call it properly, to come and address us in the place of Deputy Minister Gina from the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. I don't want to say you have 10 minutes, but I mean exactly that.
Thank you so much, Honorary Director. It is said that one who controls your heritage controls your future. But in this time, one who controls science controls the world. And I think in celebrating both King Dinizulu and Kaseme, it's well suited that we interface the two, the ageless African knowledge and the uncreated future in terms of the science. I've given 10 minutes. I will share for 7 minutes, but for the 2 minutes, allow me to also say greetings, Africa Day greetings to you all. By doing that, I also want to offer a voice offering to these great ancestors, the shining ancestors that we had. But at the same time, to also invoke the Supreme Being as we opened this ceremony today, but from the African perspective of honoring uNkulunkulu uNomkhululwane uMvelinqadi uNenzelamuntu and all the high Amaton, that they continue to bless this work, Professor, that we don't forget. I was requested to speak on indigenous knowledge systems, artificial intelligence, and the fourth industrial revolution. And given the time and the warning that I'm getting, I want to say to Prof that within the department we are already, we listened to you, we have been listening to you for many years. And also, Ambassador Ndebele, we have been listening to you very attentively in our youth. And when we're given the opportunity to do this work, we are saying that we are in the trenches doing the work of the African Renaissance and Africa's self-reliance, maybe in short, in this manner. Within the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, we have a unit called Indigenous Knowledge-Based Tech Innovation. The role of this unit is to look into ancient African knowledge systems. Let me repeat. African, timeless African knowledge systems, and how we can interface this ageless wisdom with emerging sciences that I must say, I actually dare anyone to contradict what I say. That the king that was here, those who come from the Embo tradition, they trace their work or their lineage back to the Congo. But if you listen to, or if you read the conflicts of the mind of Ubaba Ngubane, or even Ubaba Fuze, you will know that there are people who left Southern Africa and went to the Nile Valley and established the kingdoms of the Nile Valley, including what you know as ancient Egypt, that high civilization of ancient Egypt, which fell. So I would say we have devolved as Africans, given where we were. So what we're trying to do within the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation is to say we had polymaths, ladies like Pesachek and Merit Pitar, or the polymaths like Ayan Hatem and Hesiram, great scientists of that time, that we say we need to go back and retrace our steps and learn from those great men and women of that time, including the ones that the elders mentioned here, that kept on reminding us, Fanon, Sankara, Nkrumah, Haile Selassie, Nyerere, and the like. So what we're doing in terms of what Professor Siepe showed here is that we decided to focus on African knowledge that is related to our biodiversity. As Africans, we are a mega biodiverse continent, as we saw the size of the African continent. Not even the Amazon compares to what we have. but we've got an untapped African knowledge. We haven't even started to look into what we have, including the human capacity that Elder was talking about now. We've got elders that have knowledge that have been taken off from participating in creating their own means of production. So the system that we're putting in place is informed by a philosophy professor. We decided to call it an Ubuntu-based bio-innovation model that talks to the fact that everything that we do should be informed by our own African knowledge. But the type of research and development that we do should be integral, meaning it should be transdisciplinary. We should include all knowledge systems as we interface this with African knowledge. And then we do inclusive innovation because our ancients, our elders, they know all that we need to do is to add science to then come up with the various products. The market, the African market, the South African market alone of natural products, I'm talking to African medicines, African foods, African cosmeceuticals for health and beauty. We're talking about up to $7 billion US by 2030. It's growing at 13% as we speak, if there are economists in the house. But it's somewhere around $30–40 billion on the African continent. So we have a market, we have the biodiversity, we have the knowledge. As we speak, we have got up to 15 dedicated laboratories focusing strictly on African knowledge-based innovations. One of them is up here at Howard College on African medicines. It's the hub of African medicines for the department. On Friday I was here. We just launched an entrepreneurship incubator. We call it XULU, and we just started with 20 young knowledge holders, because the knowledge today is not only in elders, it's interfacing the youth. And we have this youth dividend as Africa, including South Africa. So what we're saying is that we decided to put in place laboratories which will be linked to product development facilities where there will be these entrepreneurship hubs where the youth can then come with the knowledge from their elders, and then we do the science, and then they have products, and then they own the means of production from growing the herbs properly instead of harvesting in the wild. From processing and owning the value chains, the manufacturing value chains, the distribution value chains, the warehousing, including the knowledge itself, the products, the branding. All we're saying, we must manufacture and be, not fight to be in someone else's shelves, because they don't even want us there in those shelves. Actually, if you ask them, they'll tell you that we make better money when we sell by ourselves, when we pop up these spaces instead of fighting to be in someone else's shop. So we have the potential. And finally, we have decided as a department that in the next 4 or 5 years, we're going to build at least 4 good manufacturing facilities, meaning world-class facilities. One will be on African medicines, African, what we call traditional. We don't want to use the term for obvious reasons, the language. 2 on cosmeceuticals, 3 on nutraceuticals, and the 4th one on health infusions. Co-owned by the knowledge and the wisdom keepers, with government as the first customer. We have hospitals, we have schools, we have prisons. We have all these government departments that must be the ones to order and use these products that would have gone through proper sciences. Talking African Renaissance and self-reliance, this is the strategy that we have. and we're putting it in place. Demonstration beats conversation is our philosophy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Chabalala. Yes, I'm actually writing his name. We really appreciate this. And again, all the papers will be made available so that people can get the details of what is actually coming in the future. This is not just a conversation for today. I promise you all of these are going to be detailed conversations for the next interaction on the African Renaissance. And I'm sure next time our Professor Onk will bring even the students who will be doing these indigenous knowledge systems projects so that we interact with them, where they'll be doing amazing things with the science in our villages. We thank you so much. Prof, can you please give him a round of applause? The next speaker, I will hand over to Prof. XULU. Yeah.
I have 29 apologies to make, but maybe let's not go there. This is marvelous, really. We will be getting Minister Penny, but before she stands up, we will have Prime Minister George's Prime Minister of the sword. And then this is how it will happen. Because I know now, it's the time. You see, when you get people like Professor Chabalala saying these things, then you know it's time to cut deals. And these things happen when a lot of people have left, went home to sleep, then didn't time. SARS. Bona Jilaba, my brother Moses Ted. What happens to the rest? I don't know. You can't make deals in me. So the deals have to be done when people have started living and sleeping, dreaming. Then you do the deals while they are dreaming. Thank you. Prime Minister George Team. Unmute. Prime Minister, can you unmute?
Yes.
Yeah. Over to you, your 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, can I be heard?
Thank you, Prime Minister. Thank you.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. You have your audience here.
Sorry, something over here. So can I be heard?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yes, thank you everybody. So I'm very happy to be here for the Africa Day. It's the best day in the year. I am the Prime Minister of the State of the African Diaspora, and I would like to thank Professor Zulu for inviting us here today. And I would like also to express my gratitude to the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal Province, Mr. Arthur NTULI. I would like also to greet the Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Madam Kappa, also the member of the Mr. Boone Dele, the Executive Manager of the Municipality in Durban, the Deputy Minister, NDCs, Executive Managers, and all the people in the room in your capacity. Thank you very much. So, I am very glad here because today, many people mentioned the greater Africa, not the continent only, but the diaspora as well. Because as you may know, there are 6 regions in Africa. 5 regions that you know, of course, Southern Africa, Northern, East, West, and Central. But there is a 6th region, which is the diaspora. Because as you probably know, there was a vote in the EU in 2003, whereby they decided that the diaspora has to be regarded as the sixth region of Africa. So there are 350 million people of African descent living outside of Africa. So some of them left Africa 1 to 3 generations ago as migrants, but many more were imported in the context of slavery in the past. So that is 350 million inhabitants. In Brazil only, we already have 100 black people in this country. So that is already a lot. So that's why when we need to think of Africa, we need to understand that Africa is not just in Africa. Africa is everywhere. And we need to work together as a family. Sometimes Africa is working with France, UK, China, Russia, and the United States. Well, why not? But I don't know what you are going to bring to us. Myself, when I have an issue, I call upon my family, my brother and sister. So I think Africa should call upon family instead of other people. So that's why we are saying, when we think of the Africa Day, we need to think of all Africa Day, so the 6 regions, and that is how we can actually become the first power in the world. People should know that Africa is already the 5th economy in the world. If Africa was a country, it would be the 5th economy. 20 years ago, Africa was not even in the top 20. Not even in the top 20. Now Africa is already the 5th economy in the world. If you were to add Africa and the diaspora, we would be already 3rd economy, perhaps even 2nd, actually. So that is very interesting to know. So we need to build our capacity, making sure that all the parts of Africa are included and we can all move forward. So we need to have unity, but unity of all Africans in-house and outside the house. So I won't say much today. I would like to give the floor to Minister Nkise, who is the Minister of International Cooperation of the State of the African Diaspora. Myself, I had the opportunity to say a bit more a few weeks ago, and again, I would like to thank Professor Zulu who invited me today and even last time. So thank you to all of you. If you want to do more about the State of the African Diaspora, please listen to our Minister. She's here today with you. She's a daughter of South Africa. She's coming from this very province actually, and we love her, and we love you as well. Thank you to all of you.
Hello everybody. Am I audible enough? Yes. Well, since it's my maiden speech, standing in front of you, I'm not going to take a lot of your time, but I would like to introduce ourselves in a fashion that we are used to. Uhuru, diaspora, uhuru. Uhuru, Africa, uhuru. Yes. Before I can actually acknowledge all the dignitaries that are here, I would like for all the African diasporas members that are here, including the program director, Professor XULU. Before I do that, let me introduce him. The man that you know as Professor XULU is actually one of our members in the diaspora. He's our esteemed roving ambassador, and we are thanking him for being here today. Please take a round of applause for him. All the diasporas, can you please stand up so that people can see you? Please, please, please. If you can do that, we will really appreciate it. Yes, our queen here. We also have the facilitators. We actually came here prepared. The first thing that I would like to say, before I can actually even introduce myself, but I think you already know who I am.
I'd like to appreciate all the dignitaries, our alliances from the Eastern Cape. We have here Her Excellency, she doesn't want me to call her that. She's a member of the cabinet, provincial cabinet in the Eastern Cape, but more than that, she is a project owner for one of the projects that we're going to talk about here. And I would like to appreciate my colleague, by the way, you are my colleague, Honourable Zwundebele, by virtue of you being the member of the African Union. Let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. The African Union adopted us. As you have heard my senior, my Prime Minister, he mentioned that the African Union actually acknowledged us. Actually, it was during the tenure of Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, when she was the chairperson of the African Union, and then we were adopted. And then another thing that I would like to also appreciate is the warmth of the KwaZulu-Natal province. Yes, it's my birthplace. It makes me so happy to know that our people have not lost the spirit of Ubuntu. That is one thing that I can assure you, and I'm so happy for that. Now that there's a lot of talks that have been made, I really don't want to take a lot of your time, but I must tell you, because there are slides here, I'm not going to even talk about them because of the time. There are 3 topics that was given to me. The first one is to introduce the state of the African diaspora. State of African diaspora, I'll just tell you who we are, where we come from, and the second topic is introducing the journey of African diaspora by means of what? Bilateral agreements. In other words, what we are going to do in order to unpack and to make sure that this African Renaissance is coming together. And then the last one, this is the roadmap of the of SOA. I hope I'm still on time, Madam Program Director. Yes. With that being said, okay. With that being said, if you want to know who are we? Who are we exactly? That is the question we should be asking ourselves. Who are we? I'll tell you who we are. We are the disorganized truth against their well-organized acts. Who are they? I'm talking about the oppressors. We have one common enemy between ourselves as a diaspora and yourselves as Africans. We have one common enemy, which is what? The oppressors, the colonialists, however you want to call them. And the common challenge that we are having is what? Is poverty. That is why I'm here today. Professor Sieka, he touched a lot of that. In one of the lectures that he conducted, I'm sorry, I'm going to touch a little bit of what he said during that lecture. He talked about, I wonder who bewitched us as Africans. You know, first and foremost, we have to believe ourselves. He talked about the mindset. We have to believe ourselves. With that being said, before I begin my speech, if you know you are born in Africa, it doesn't matter whether you are green, you are white, you are blue, you are green, it doesn't matter. Touch your neighbor and say, neighbor, I was born in the right address. Can you please do that, please? Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'll tell you why I'm saying that. I'll tell you why I say that. Amongst all the accolades that I was given by the world, the one that I appreciate the most is the fact that I'm a gracious daughter of the Most High God. And with that being said, the truth that you shall hear today is a truth that supersedes the court of law, simply because I'm standing in the ground whereby I'm carrying the spirit. I'm carrying the spirit of Martin Luther King. I'm carrying the spirit of Marcus Garvey. I'm carrying the spirit of Malcolm X. I'm carrying the spirit of Nelson Mandela. I'm carrying the spirit of Patrice Lumumba and many others. All of these people, we have one common enemy, which is an oppressor, which they told us that we don't deserve. We don't deserve to be who we are. But because of those people that they fought against it, That is a painful history. I think I'm explaining to you who we are. Another truth. We were never black. We were never black. Our blackness was founded from the boat of oppression. We were villagers that didn't know each other. You heard my Prime Minister speaking today. Many of these people, many of the children, men and women, they died in the Atlantic Ocean here in South Africa because that's where the Atlantic Ocean is. And then many of them survived. So we, as a diaspora, we are the survivors of that slave trade. 400 years, let me tell you, but it didn't end there. Even the ones that are here in Africa today, for example, Patrice Lumumba, they didn't just kill him. They didn't just kill him, they said that was not enough. They actually burned his body in the acid. That's what they did. Because they wanted our history to perish. No, we are not going to allow it. We're going to take that star that we are having. That is the first thing that we are having. We're going to take that star and we're going to turn it into stars and make sure that at the end of the day, we do not perish. Say we do not perish. Yes, we do not perish. Because that is what the colonizers want. The colonizers want. Even today, they are still killing our own people. They are killing our own people the same way that they killed George Floyd. That is the truth. That is the gospel truth. And I don't want to go deeper into that. This is an African Day. The African Day is about the history. We are talking about the history. The history is our blood. We stand tall against all odds. Even when they are saying that we are supposed to perish, we do not perish. Because at the end of the day, Nelson Mandela said, and as he was sitting in his village in XULU, he was saying that even after 27 years that he had spent in prison, for one thing, the independence, for one thing, freedom, for one thing, equality, all of those things. He said, I will not stop hoping that there has been a cadre of leaders that shall not allow anyone to go hungry everywhere. The cadre of leaders that shall not allow anyone to be stripped of their human dignity. Do you know what they did to those diasporas when they were transporting them? They were raping their wives right in front of them. Imagine what kind of a man can stand for that. They were killing them. They were killing them, and they were taking their children. Patrice Lumumba, after they drowned his body in the acid, the only thing that survived was the teeth. That's the only thing that they returned. That is a history that we must all carry with a badge of honor and make sure that we survive it. And make sure that they don't leave. Now going forward, because it's not about, I don't want to incite you, but I want you to remember. Because if you remember, you will never go the same way again. You never go the same way again. Now, we as the diasporas who are coming back here in Africa, we are coming here with the intention, I'm mixing now the two topics. The first one, the issue of the bilateral agreement, and the second one is the issue of the intentions and purposes. The bilateral agreement is talking about one thing and one thing only. We are the children that survived that slave trade and they want to come back home. We are coming back home with the scars, but we are not pitiful. We are coming back home to build. We are the future builders. And how are we doing that? We are doing that. It's so unfortunate, but I hope the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal will receive this message. Because what we are trying to do here, we are bringing the hope of the Africans by doing what? By bringing the funding, which is a humanitarian funding. If you go back, I understand Honourable Spoon-Debele will remember that. Just take a memory lane, just a little bit, in 2025. The theme of the African Union was saying there must be justice for Africans and for people of African descent through what? Through reparation. We, as SOAD, we are the carriers of that reparation. Mama Fumbata here, if I can tell you, I declare, SOAD is on ground in Africa. Through through her region, through her district, which is Alfred Nzo. We are going to build something called Winnie Madikizela Mandela Smart City, and the budget that we gave there is 10 billion in US dollars. And that is for free. That is for free. And then going forward, the only thing people are asking, where is this money coming from? This money is already paid for by blood. The very people that died, they died for this money. So you being the African, you are already you are entitled to that. So please, do not waste time. You can open your doors. The only thing that is needed here is for our leaders to open their doors. And if you are a leader, even in the province or in the country or wherever, you are sitting in a position of power whereby you can accept this. People are going, our leaders are going to places like UK, US, looking for loans. Looking for loans. No, we're not international beggars. Whereas there's enough money here that is brought by SOAT. Where do you want to know where it's coming from? It's coming from the United Nations Alliance. United Nations Alliance gave this money already to the diaspora to do what? For them to come back home. All that we need is for embracing, to be embraced. And how are you going to exercise and get that money? By building schools, for example. Anything from SDG 1 up to SDG 17, you qualify for it. Free of charge. There's nothing about it. And lastly, I just want to, when I leave this stage, I'll be doing injustice if I'm not talking about the ABCD of my life. And this is the ABCD that you can take from SOAT. We're talking about a lot of things when I'm talking about ABCD. For example, A, Africa. Africa is rising. Africa is not a child that needs to be spoon-fed, because God himself already prepared us. He did what he did by bringing all those minerals. We go to Lesotho. Lesotho, that tiny little country called Lesotho, it can feed up to 60% of SADC region with water. That was a God-given right by God. And then other people that are enjoying it today are the looters, the oppressors. They are taking it away. Yes, and I'm not going to go to the lot of history. B, you must be the first person that is vigilant in your dream. Otherwise, your dream is going to stay in your mind if you don't action it. Believe, become, and build. As the diaspora, I'm talking about the intentions. We cannot build in a wreckage. When I say we cannot build in a wreckage, there's a lot of things that needs to be done. We need to unlearn certain things. We need to accept the fact that we are here. We are given this right. Remember, we said we are born in the right address. God already provided. Those minerals, them alone, can be used to make sure that we've got three things. Number one, we've got good human amenities, which is what? Water, sanitation, and everything. Number two, it's education. Number three, financial fitness, financial freedom. If you think somebody who doesn't believe in you is going to come there and do something for you, keep on dreaming, because you will be dreaming forever. And the truth of the matter is, what is good about this money that we are providing, it does not discriminate anybody. The government, in any country, there is a government which is a leadership, there is civic society, there is socialists, there is everybody. Everybody is entitled to this money. And I say everybody. The kingdoms are the beneficiaries. The communities are the beneficiaries. The man on the street is a beneficiary. If we are incorporated as SOAT into the country, what we are suffering from in regards to NSFAS, we will pay that. We will give $160 US. Yes, I said that. $160 US per child for the next 5 years, per month, per child, for the next 5 years. And those are the things that are already available, sitting in the central bank of the United Nations Alliance in Netherlands. The only thing that is standing because time waits for nobody. D, now I'm talking about, I talk about change. Change is, you must be the first change that you want to see. D, there are 3 Ds that I want to talk about today before I leave the stage. The first one is what? Is dominion. Anybody who consults the same book that I'm consulting, check Genesis 1 verse 28. God said, after he created Adam and Eve, he said, be fruitful and multiply. But what he said, and he also gave them dominion over what? Over fish, animals, and everything. And he never said, I'm saying this because it's very, very, personal to me. My father was a priest. He was called, he was detained for the 48 hours because there were spies in the church. After he said that speech during the sermon, that this dominion was not restricted to the West. It was given to all of us to enjoy. And I'm saying it today intentionally because of that. And then let me tell you why I'm saying that. Dominion has, if it's not used properly, it has something to do, an element of division. Division is actually something that we see from the colonized academics. I'm sorry for the professors that are here. I have nothing against education. But if you are an educator, a leader of any kind, do not be a gatekeeper. Do not be a gatekeeper. You must be the leader. Don't be a misleader, because that's witchcraft if you do that. And then over and above that, when you talk about division, there must be one division, which is called what? Diversity. Because diversity is our culture, is a part of who we are. Yes, we were born as Africans, and we are being called black, but at the end of the day, that diversity of our culture, it makes sure that us as so on, we keep our DNA, and the other ones, they keep their DNA. So the rest of the things that are happening now, today in Africa, is not good. I'm not gonna stop talking about xenophobia. Xenophobia, somebody, the third party is benefiting from that. We must all use wisdom. We were all given wisdom. We must use it liberally. What I'm saying, as much as I'm not saying anything, I'm telling my satellite view, by the way, I don't want to see myself in the Madanga Commission for saying this. But all of us, we have something to play. We have a little bit of play into this whole thing. So what I'm trying to say, instead of us killing each other, let's ask ourselves, who is benefiting from that? It's not the people. For example, the horses that I've seen, those guys that were dancing wasa there, you don't represent me. You don't. Because what you were doing there is actually destructive. Nothing else. But at the end of the day, we can't blame them all together. Let us talk to the system. Let us talk to each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prime Minister. Thank you so much. I gave a little bit of time because you talk about money. We don't have money. And we have to give time to people who say they actually have the money. I know she's going to have a lot of friends by the time she leaves. But I think what is important in what she said, and I'm not summarizing, is that she has actually thrown the baton to the leaders. She's actually inviting themselves back to the continent, which I think is very important, because there are many other possible invaders who are not African. So let's think very smart. Let's understand what the game is here. Let's play the cards properly. Let's be very sharp about the agenda of SOAN, so that we are all united in what needs to be done for the continent. I'm not going to say much. I'm actually inviting my boss. I did say former Premier Ndebele is going to become coming to the stage to address us. He is the chairperson or the AU ambassador. I don't know how to call him at the moment. I think he's going to explain it to us. But he's one of the eminent leaders on the African peer review mechanism. And I think he's going to be talking to us, maybe probably summarizing and putting us on the stage about what is actually happening at the AU so that we tie everything together with what SOA has actually presented to us. Thank you so much.
We call this a graveyard session. No, thank you very much. And all protocol is observed. I'm just going to try to summarize, which is not my greatest gift. Professor Siepe said something that was quite sharp and disturbing when he quoted the architect of apartheid, Verwoerd, as saying no future government will be able to reverse the damage that they wreaked on us. I think the challenge is for us to call him a liar, because indeed we do his vision of a fragmented South Africa with what they call the constellation of states and all that failed. We have got one country, we have got one government, and we have got a democratic system. So that did fail. I just want to, just perhaps in summary, quote one distinguished thinker of the last century, W.E.B. Du Bois, who proclaimed that the problem of the 20th century is the problem of the color line. By this he referred to the global and systemic segregation, discrimination, and marginalization of people of color by white societies. It referred to the relation of the darker to the lighter races of men in Asia and Africa, in America, and the islands of the sea. It addressed both physical segregation of colonial exploitation, globally, and invisible intellectual barriers. For blacks, this manifested itself as a double consciousness. The challenge of constantly seeing oneself through the eyes of the racist society, while one navigated one's own authenticity, one's own authentic identity. 3 years later, in 1906, Dr. Pixley had to declare his Africanness and dared to imagine a post-colonial Africa with vibrant trade from Ethiopia to the Congo to Zululand. He dared to imagine this colonial post-apartheid society. But when we say African Renaissance is the answer, what is the question? Perhaps let's take the best articulated question, the European views on Africans. Here, one would cite one of the philosopher that was favorite at our universities. I remember Professor Andronitas in Zululand. He was very in love with Immanuel Kant, one of the most influential philosophers of the Enlightenment, who made several statements about Africans that are widely regarded as racist and deeply problematic. In some of his earlier writings, especially works on anthropology and geography, Immanuel Kant claimed that Africans were intellectually and morally inferior to Europeans. For example, in his observations on the feelings of the beautiful and the sublime, he repeated the stereotypes about black people and argued that they lacked the same rational capacities as Europeans. He was influenced by the European colonial attitude of the 18th century, the racial theories common during the Enlightenment, and limited and biased travel accounts on Africa. One of our top intellectuals, Immanuel Eze, argues that Kant portrayed Africans as having no capacity to reason and with no civilization. This assertion needs to be visited and demystified. Looking at Mbele and Mbiti, we explore the quest of the African Renaissance, especially its civilization. The African Renaissance is a vision for a prosperous and united, democratic, and self-reliant Africa. Governance is one of the most important factors influencing this vision. Good governance promotes development, peace, and opportunity, while poor governance leads to corruption, instability, and underdevelopment. For the African Renaissance to succeed, African countries need accountable leadership, strong institutions, and active citizen participation. In October 2001, African leaders gave institutional expression to a powerful conviction that Africa must take ownership of its developmental destiny through the creation of the new Partnership for African Development, NEPAD. Now known as the African Union Development Agency, it's an African-owned and Africa-led framework for continental renewal, anchored in good governance, peace and security, regional integration, infrastructure development, human capital, and sustainable growth. The APRM was conceived as one of NEPAD's most important governance innovations to give practical meaning to the principle that Africans' development must be meshed by accountable leadership, sound institutions, and shared standards of governance. It was formed on the 9th of March 2003 by NEPAD heads of state and government held in Abuja, in Nigeria. The APRM is an autonomous entity of the AU, established in 2003 as self-monitoring instrument to which member states of the AU accede voluntarily. It serves as an African-owned and an African-led platform for self-assessment, peer learning, and experience sharing in democracy and good governance, in full respect for democratic principles, human rights, rule of law, the acceleration of political, social and economic integration. The APRM has primary purpose of fostering the adoption of policies, standards and practices that lead to political stability, high economic growth, sustainable and inclusive development, and accelerated regional and continental economic integration through sharing of experiences and reinforcement of successful and best practice, including providing up reliable data and information. This mandate is realized through the process of reviews and assessment. The reports emanating from these processes are peer reviewed at the highest level of heads of state and government, thus making the mechanism unique in the international system. As of February 2026, a total of 44 out of 55 AU member states have acceded to the APRM. 26 member states have completed first-generation peer reviews. 6 member states have completed second-generation peer reviews. To be peer reviewed means to accept that we said that we create a non-racial, non-sexist democratic state, and this will be, for instance, the position of all races. This would be position as far as women are concerned. This would be the position as far as rural people are concerned. This is what we declare ourselves. By acceding to be peer reviewed, we then invite the whole of Africa to come and peer review us. As South Africa, we've been peer reviewed twice. So this whole team come, I think, more than 20 delegates. They come here, and they go and investigate and look at this and so forth and so forth. And through that, then they have a discussion with the government and say, this is what we find out, this is what we say, but are you aware that your aspiration does not meet the practice as far as this is concerned and so forth. For instance, in the peer review, I think it was 2019 or thereabout, Mrs. Krasha Machel was part of that. And one of the issues that they raised was that one of the things that the government of South Africa should be very much alive to is the issue of immigration. If you're not alive to it, it's going to explode in your face. That we are one of the successful countries in Africa has got its minus side. That you attract, people move towards where there's development, no matter who they are. You can't have a Jesus in Nazareth. What are you going to do in Nazareth? You must move to the big city, Jerusalem. That's when you are going to be fed. Whoever you are, you move towards where development is. Therefore, that's a law of nature. You can't, I mean, even if you try like Trump and say you build a wall to stop people coming in, it's still very difficult to do that. So you need, therefore, to try to do what the European Union has done. One of the most developed countries that I went to, I went there twice, I think around about 2015 or thereabout, and later, Portugal. Portugal was a real third world country, real third world, backward. But through being part of the EU, you can go to Portugal now and see how developed it has become and so forth. So where you have a realization by Germany, France and everyone else that we come to an island of development and have a backward Portugal there and so forth. So it happens. without destroying the livelihood of Germans or the French, but we are able to be able to pull the other one to be at the level and so forth. And it becomes an interest to all of us that Zimbabwe is developed, Zambia is developed, Namibia is developed. It becomes an interest to all of us. And the peer review mechanism, therefore, is that us meeting and saying the advantages that Namibia has and the advantages that South Africa has. How do we marry this so that it becomes an advantage to all of us? The advantage that Botswana has or Eswatini has and so forth, and we share, because hoping that you will develop alone and so forth becomes difficult. But going together with others does not drag you down. It actually makes you develop much more richer. And so that's what your peer review is about. And through that mechanism, therefore, we would like to see more dialogue. I mean, during oppression, way back in Sasso days, we were discussing and debating the Kumasi declaration. Professor Sepo would remember those. Kumasi, what have we got to do with Kumasi? And Professor Nangokulu was telling us about what is happening in Ghana and all that. And we share these experiences and all that. Now we've become more closed and isolated to each other in that. Through this peer review, therefore, we say the city of eThekwini is peer reviewing itself against or vis-a-vis the city of Addis Ababa. And I was there 3 weeks ago in Addis. And one of the things that impressed me was to see a demolition that was going on, demolition of one huge slum area. Why demolish it? But no, demolish this side, but look at the other side where they're building blocks of apartments. And people will have to be persuaded, and not just persuaded, but to say, you have got no right to backwardness. So we are going to move out of a shed and go to this flat. I can't stay in a flat, that's where you're going to stay, because we can't have slums. And therefore, they take them from slums and put them there. And it was happening in our own African state, and it's happening right now. And so it's possible to have housing for all. And in fact, we do have the capacity. But even in our imagination, we don't really, we could imagine in 1992, 1993, we could imagine a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic South Africa, and a non-racial, democratic province, KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, or whatever province. We could imagine that. But I'm not sure I myself can't quite imagine a non-racial, democratic Devon. What will it be like? What will happen to Mlazi, Guamashu, where you stay for 4 years without ever seeing a white person there? And I remember reading a few months ago talking about a white person that was in Soweto. It's news that there was a white person seen in Soweto. So when are we going to create this non-racial, non-sexist Johannesburg? And what will it be like? What will this non-racial Johannesburg be like? A non-racial eThekwini be like? When I still go out for dinner, and when I do, I can say, but in India, where I've been for the past 1.5 years, when we go out, we're in Delhi or Mumbai and so forth, it would be myself and my wife, maybe 2 kids and so forth, in the table. But it's a sea of Indians. Why? Because it's in India. And if there is an African in another table, you show that it's a diplomat. It's an ambassador from somewhere, so from Africa for security. Then, hi, brother, how are you, and so forth. But why is it like that also in Durban? When you go out to dinner and you are occupying the table, but why are there only Africans around here? So where is this non-racial thing going to start, going to happen, if we can't be in a restaurant and be sure that the restaurant will be representative of the population? It never is. It's better, it's actually better if you're in Johannesburg. If you are here, there was a law that says Durban will be white by night. There is no, that law is no longer there. But Durban is white by night. Go to any restaurant and you see that. Maybe I hope I'm wrong. But this battle, this task of creating this non-racial, non-sexist and democratic South Africa, that vision, the realization of it, it's difficult, it's tough. Our kids in what was Model C schools, they still constitute a minority in the school. In a city of Durban, which is 80% or 70-80% African, but the kids become a minority in the school there. How does this happen? And when does it? I'm trying to imagine this non-racial city, what it would be like in my own mind. And the Renaissance is raising those questions in our mind, and to be reborn, to have this rebirth, will mean that also start happening. To conclude, I'll ask the African Renaissance, I'll ask Professor XULU and instruct Nana, who are still employed. I'm still an employer. So, and instruct that let us have this active interaction outside of ourselves with Namibia, with Botswana, with Eswatini, with Zambia, and so forth. One of the tasks, I belong to the structure of the African Union called the African Peer Review Mechanism. And we've got a fancy name. We belong to a structure that's called the Panel of Eminent Persons. There are 10 of us here. And then we are assigned countries that we are going to be responsible for. And in my case, it's Botswana, it's Mauritius, Zambia, and Nigeria. So, were it not for elections, after Zambia is going through elections right now, so that my visit there is scheduled for the end of June when it's finished. But through the African Renaissance here, we need to have that interaction so that there should be this dynamic connection with we should not be just African in name. There should be that dynamic interaction that we will have with other sister countries so that our development is common. We share the problems we share the solutions, and together we'll be stronger. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mazankosi, my boss, I can say. And thank you so much for actually keeping the time. I know you are very passionate about the African Renaissance. You put it on for quite some time. But again, I think I'm saying this for the 7th time. Everyone who was here, I think it's a promise. And for those who did not get the chance, and all of us, I'm sure we're at a certain point, to actually expand more about this subject that we are all passionate about, the African Renaissance. And I'm glad that Umanzakosi is seeing it beyond us here in KZN, to interact with all others around, because it can only happen when we do it. There is nothing that is a dream up there and it cannot be done. And I believe in getting things done. And I'm very excited because I work with Prof. XULU, a person who gets things done. So I promise you, Mazakosi, we will be part of that project to make sure we take it forward, going together with SOAD wherever, so that we get the message out there that we mean business and we really do mean business. Can I invite MSc Kaula to help us with summarizing, and I think after that we'll be able to take some questions if there are any.
Program directors, Babunta, Professor Ukuru, the Premier, of course, in Natal, and you see the Committee former Premier of the Professor Siepe, Professor Kamela, and all the Professor Kamela and all the sponsors of the different topics here today, and your worship Mayor, Mama Kawazan from the diaspora, together with the Prime Minister of the diaspora, and your colleagues, and Titi, Babu Muban, and HODs, and all of you ladies and gentlemen. It's a pity. I'm already talking to about 10% of the people who were here, who are still remaining here, whereas 90% might have been gone. It's a really beautiful night. I would have wanted to say all the things I would have wanted to say when everybody who started with us is still here. But now, because of that situation, I'm going to cut myself very short. I do want to, of course, confess the unintended consequence of Bantu education is my teacher at high school and my lecturer at university. Wow, Professor Gavel. Thank you to all the presentations. Very fruitful, very educational. So I do want to echo the words of our facilitator that we need more time for all this. In fact, I was saying to myself, each one of these presentations would have been a roundtable topic on its own. Would have been a night on its own. So going forward, if we can have more time, so that really we do justice to the presenters, because they would have expected us to engage. To the organizers, Professor XULU, as you can see, I think I'm one of the few who are coming here with no prepared presentation because I was told last night that I would have to do this vote of thanks. And I was saying to myself, oh, maybe let me not sleep and just spend the night going through what I would have wanted to say. But then my other self said to me, no, but what are you going to prepare, because you don't know what they're going to say. Now, as they were talking here, I was writing notes here, but now I'm not going through my notes because of this situation. But I do want to say the Premier made a call to action, and presenters made a call to action. I do want to say, Professor Klini and the organizers, I think what I've been hearing for the whole day today, that Africa Day should not just be a ceremony, it should be a call to action. Let it be a call to action. You know, we have gone through, have gone through great names of great thinkers of the past. They mentioned King Dinuzulu, Mama Mosut, Dr. James Dube, Princely, Kosin Tuli, Dr. Nelson Mandela, Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, my father, my mentor. Which reminds me, in one of the interviews, when he was responding to a question, he was saying, I am a proud Zulu who also happens to live in a country called South Africa, and that makes me South African. Now, Babu Ndebele and Professor Kulu, I started this revolution in this province of saying, let us be KZN patriotic. KZN has got more teams than any other province in the Battery Premiership. There is Amazon, there is Richards Bay, there is Golden Arrows, there is Devon City, which has just made us proud by winning the Letton Cup. Now, in the Premier League, there are 4 cups. 3 are in Soweto, Colorado Pirates, and 1 is here in KZN, Devon City. But people in KZN continue to tell us about Kaizer Chiefs, about Orlando Pirates, about Mamelodi Sundowns. Gauteng has got 3 teams in the Battery Premiership. KZN has got 4, and we are adding Milford. Let us be KZN patriotic. I am a proud Zulu who happens to live in a country called South Africa, and that makes me a South African. This, when you analyze this, it tells you where the priorities lie. Which one comes first? That's a homework, Professor. We have heard about the great thinkers, Frantz Fanon, Lumumba, Kwame Nkrumah, and many others. This reminded me of a short story I read by Alan Paton when I was still a student, The Wasteland. A man who goes to Johannesburg, and when he gets there, he is attacked by the markers, and he protects himself, and unfortunately, unintended, he kills one of them. And when it dawns, he finds out that the person that he has killed is his son. Now, the words that he says when he realizes that is, people arise, the world is dead. That's the wasteland. I think Alan Paton was a visionary. He was not talking to the people then in the 1940s when this story was written. I think he's talking to us today. We must arise. The world is dead. For how long are we going to keep on talking about great thinkers? When is there going to be a call to action of what the great thinkers said then, which is a call to action to us today? Why is the world dying in our lifetime? Why in our hands? I think, Professor Kulu, that is what should be challenging us today. We have listened to stories, we have listened to great thinkers, we have listened to professors, we have listened to this one and that one. Call to action. What are you doing? When I was at school, I left KwaZulu and went to the South Coast. There was a teacher there. Fortunately, he did not teach me because he was teaching me what is called grade 10 to P. And when I got there, I was already in grade 11. He was teaching physics and mathematics. You know, he was such a teacher, was such that if you meet him in town on Saturday, you are a student, he'll give you a homework for the whole class. It's Saturday, and Monday morning, all the students in his class must be submitting this assignment. If it doesn't happen, only way assignment, you are in for it. The reason being, what are you doing in town as a student on Saturday? It means that when the was wrong, you have finished everything. Now you are here in town. So as a punishment, this is a homework for the whole class. You must look for them. Look for them all over. They must submit Monday morning, 7:30. Why is it on stool? To stool, why to one? Stool, but I'm telling you, izifundo kwa-grade 10 ezazipaswa ukudlula zonke izifundo, it was his class of mathematics and science. A great teacher of the time. You still remember when you grow up, that great teacher of the time, that great Umfundisi would come to your house and you'd be so fearful that Umfundisi has visited your parents. That great Inkosi, that great Induna, you remember during your university days, that great professor who would make you live philosophically, psychologically in a world where you have never been, but you would live there and appreciate it, write an assignment which would only be alive during the time when you are writing. When you're finished, you are back to yourself. That great politician, where are they today? Where are they during your lifetime? Ladies and gentlemen, all of you have attended, you have responded to this call. Thank you very much for responding to the call. Thank you very much, Program Director, for being such a nice Program Director. Thank you to the Premier. Thank you to the Office of the Premier. On behalf of the Provincial Government of KwaZulu-Natal, we'd like to say, keep it up, colleagues. Let's awaken Africa. Thank you very much.
Kazimola. Kazimola.
Igama ukwenzikhono. You can find me on Facebook, Google. Wapete na sabarini,